Chapter 1626. Silver Moon Soaring Dragon's strength back then was extremely tyrannical. His personality was flamboyant and insufferably arrogant. He believed himself to be the master of Silver Moon Island. At his peak, he even openly challenged Silver Moon Flood Dragon. Unfortunately, he lost to Silver Moon Flood Dragon. Of course, this alone wasn't enough for Silver Moon Flood Dragon to suppress him. After all, they were of the same clan. Silver Moon Soaring Dragon's arrogance was severely thwarted by Silver Moon Flood Dragon. In his heart, he hated Silver Moon Flood Dragon immensely, which was why he took the risk. Over the years, every time he saw the iron chains on his hands and feet, he would be incomparably furious. He once swore that if he could escape one day, he would destroy the entire Silver Moon Island with his own hands. Roar. Silver Moon Soaring Dragon's body was malevolent. The point of contact between the iron chains and the wall let out a deafening sound. However, no matter how Silver Moon Soaring Dragon struggled, he couldn't escape. There was a powerful seal on the iron chains. Moreover, Silver Moon Soaring Dragon was gravely injured back then, almost dying. If not for Silver Moon Flood Dragon showing mercy, he wouldn't have survived until now. His cultivation base had plummeted. A few years ago, he could still maintain the limit of life and death realm. But now, he could barely maintain the 7th layer of life and death realm. In a few more years, his cultivation base would fall even more. When his cultivation base fell to the lowest level and he became a mortal, it would be his death. He didn't want to die here. He wanted to escape. Therefore, when he saw Fang Chen and Bai Qingqing arrive, he desperately struggled. I understand. Seeing the struggling Silver Moon Soaring Dragon, Bai Qingqing's eyes brightened. Under Silver Moon Mountain, Silver Moon Soaring Dragon. The meaning of these words should be that only by killing Silver Moon Soaring Dragon can one obtain the Dragon Moon Sky Fruit. Fang Chen nodded. He had also guessed it. He sighed in his heart. Ha ha ha, you want to kill me? Dream on. Silver Moon Soaring Dragon laughed wildly. Fang Chen and Bai Qingqing's cultivation bases were like ants in his eyes. It was impossible for them to kill him. Fang Chen looked at Silver Moon Soaring Dragon and felt the fiendish aura on his body. It's a good opportunity to hone myself, Fang Chen said to himself. Qingqing, step back a little. I'll deal with him, Fang Chen said. Bai Qingqing nodded and walked to the back. Rumble Fang Chen clenched his fists as the undying flame surrounded his body and wrapped around his fists. The fire laws of the 4-star realm instantly spread out, and the might of the undying flame increased greatly. Let me see how strong you are. Fang Chen shouted in a low voice and suddenly punched out. Suddenly, a wild flaming fist appeared in the sky. The flaming fist light contained the terrifying power of the law of fire. Even a 6th-level life and death realm martial artist would not dare to face it head-on. Trash. Silver Moon Draco said disdainfully in response to Fang Chen's attack. Just as the flaming fist was about to touch his body, he casually waved his hand. Suddenly, a terrifying vortex appeared in front of him. Within the vortex, a terrifying suction force emerged and swallowed the red fist radiance. Brat, your attack is too weak. Silver Moon Draco's hair was disheveled as he sneered. If he was at his peak, he could pinch this kind of trash to death with a single finger. But now, his cultivation base had dropped a lot, causing his strength to be much weaker than before. But even so, this kind of trash could not provoke him. Your attack is not that strong either. Fang Chen looked at Silver Moon Draco and smiled. That punch just now was just a probe. Next, he would use his strongest attack. Swish. Heavenly Imperial Sword Art was used, and 36 resplendent sword lights whistled out. At the same time, the undying flame carried the powerful power of the law of fire and merged with the 36 sword lights, shooting towards Silver Moon Draco. Seeing Fang Chen use the divine art, Silver Moon Draco's face changed slightly. Heavenly Prison Saint's method. Fang Chen did not expect Silver Moon Draco to recognize the Heavenly Imperial Divine Art. However, this did not affect his attack. Silver Moon Draco's face was incomparably gloomy. His figure flickered, but he was restricted by the chains and could not leave this small area. Bang bang bang. Silver Moon Draco displayed an extremely strong defense, and the 36 sword lights all scattered when they stabbed his body. If the heavenly prison saint was here, I might be afraid. But you can't. Silver Moon Draco sneered. If the heavenly prison saint was here, you would have died long ago. Fang Chen said solemnly. Silver Moon Draco's strength was not strong, but he was after all a peak expert. His methods were not something an ordinary person could imagine. Fang Chen's disadvantage was inexperience. Spacetime book. Fang Chen's spacetime aura fluctuated, and the spacetime book quickly revolved, and his body disappeared in an instant. Su Fang Chen's figure was faintly discernible, and it was impossible to tell if it was real or fake. At this moment, Silver Moon Draco's eyes finally showed a trace of shock. Kid, who are you? Why do you have the Bone Progenitor's method? Silver Moon Draco shouted. The Bone Progenitor was the strongest martial artist of the human race in this era. Its unique cultivation system had shocked the entire lower realm. Even when Silver Moon Draco was at his peak, he did not dare to challenge the Bone Progenitor. And now, after countless years, the Bone Progenitor's inheritance had reappeared. You know quite a lot. Fang Chen ignored Silver Moon Draco and continued to use the spacetime book. His figure constantly changed, and at the same time, he used the heavenly imperial divine art. After a while, a few sword marks appeared on Silver Moon Draco's body. However, these sword marks were not enough to seriously injure Silver Moon Draco. They were only superficial wounds. Bang! Silver Moon Dragon Ascension suddenly blasted out a punch, forcing Fang Chen to retreat. Kid, as the descendant of the Bone Progenitor, I don't want to be your enemy. Silver Moon Draco said in a low voice, strictly speaking, I can be considered acquaintances with the Bone Progenitor. You should not ally with Silver Moon Island to deal with me, but to save me. Fang Chen did not believe Silver Moon Draco's words at all. Fang Chen was not surprised that he knew the Bone Progenitor's cultivation system. However, he was obviously lying when he said he knew the Bone Progenitor. HMPH, do you think I'm an idiot? Fang Chen sneered. Kid, do you really want to ally with Silver Moon Island to deal with me? Silver Moon Draco's face was gloomy as he said coldly. I don't want to either, but I have no choice. I need the Moon Dragon Sky Fruit. Fang Chen spread his hands. Silver Moon Draco fell silent. After a long time, he raised his head and looked at Fang Chen. Even if you attack with all your strength, you can't kill me. On the contrary, your life will be in danger. How about this? We each take a step back and make a deal. Fang Chen did not speak. Silver Moon Draco continued, help me leave this place, and I will swear a martial oath to help you obtain the Moondragon Skyfruit. What do you think? I can obtain it even if I kill you, Fang Chen said indifferently. He would not easily trust Silver Moon Draco. If he let him escape, who knew what would happen? You. Silver Moon Draco was enraged. His entire body emitted a terrifying fiendish aura as he stared at Fang Chen with scarlet eyes. Brat, you will regret your choice. Boom. A scarlet light appeared in Silver Moon Draco's palm and shot towards Fang Chen. Bang. Fang Chen waved his hand and the hidden star sword was placed in front of his chest, blocking the scarlet light. Fang Chen, Bai Qingqing suddenly called out. Fang Chen turned his head. Bai Qingqing transmitted her voice to him. Silver Moon Draco's methods are very strange. If you want to solve it, you need to grasp the source. I will take you to Silver Moon Island's sacred palace to look at the Silver Moon Island's history books. Some of the methods of our ancestors are recorded in them. You can find some ways to deal with Silver Moon Draco. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded in agreement. Indeed, with his current strength, even if he attacked with all his strength, he could only suppress Silver Moon Draco at most. It would be difficult to kill him. Half-floating old man, I will let you live for a few more days. After saying that, he followed Bai Qingqing out of Silver Moon Mountain. Silver Moon Draco's body twisted crazily, the iron chains rattling. He let out a furious roar toward the sky. His body was pulling the iron chains with all his strength, but no matter how he struggled, he could not break free from the shackles of the iron chains. Chapter 1627. Silver Moon Island, Sacred Palace. Bai Qingqing brought Fang Chen here and gave him some history books that recorded the secrets of Silver Moon Island. If it were anyone else, they would definitely not be able to see it. However, Fang Chen was different. Take a look at these. They might be helpful to you, Bai Qingqing said. The attack method of the soaring Silver Moon Dragon is somewhat similar to that of the ancestors of Silver Moon Island. Their attacks are exactly the same as the Silver Moon Celestial technique that I used, but the attack is stronger. The Silver Moon Celestial technique was the ultimate technique of Silver Moon Island. The complete Silver Moon Celestial technique was a powerful divine technique. However, the Silver Moon Celestial technique that was preserved by Silver Moon Island was already incomplete. At best, it was only a quasi-divine technique. The attack of the Silver Moon Celestial technique used the power of laws to condense a silver crescent moon to attack the primordial spirit and the physical body. Bai Qingqing explained the Silver Moon Celestial technique in detail to Fang Chen. The latter kept nodding. After a long time, Fang Chen sighed. The Silver Moon Celestial technique is really amazing. An expert who could create his own technique was really too powerful. Fang Chen could feel that the complete Silver Moon Celestial technique was not inferior to the Heavenly Imperial Divine technique. If it's the Silver Moon Celestial technique, I'm confident that I can withstand it. However, the soaring Silver Moon Dragon's technique is obviously a strengthened version. Even the undying flame can't burn it, Fang Chen said to himself. Then, he began to flip through the history books. There were many records about the Silver Moon Dragon in the history books. However, most of them were about his deeds when he was young. After flipping through the books for an entire day, he had almost finished reading all the books. Fang Chen collected some useful methods. He stretched, put the books back, and walked out of the sacred palace. How was it? Bai Qingqing asked anxiously. I learned a lot. I want to try again, Fang Chen said. Bai Qingqing nodded and brought Fang Chen to the interior of Silver Moon Mountain again. Kid, it's useless. You can't kill me. Seeing Fang Chen come again, the soaring Silver Moon Dragon sneered. How do you know if you don't try? Fang Chen spread out his hands, picked up the hidden star sword, and launched an attack. According to the records in the books, Silver Moon Island's cultivation method was preemptive. Therefore, Fang Chen chose to make the first move, not giving Silver Moon Draco a chance to attack. Activating the space-time book, he hid himself in the void and disappeared before Longting's eyes in an instant. Tumph, I'll wait here for you. Let's see what you can do. Silver Moon Draco sneered and stood motionless, raising his defense to the maximum. In fact, he was also a little wary of the bone progenitor's cultivation system. He didn't dare to act rashly for fear of exposing himself. Fang Chen walked in the void and executed the Heavenly Imperial Sword technique. Suddenly, 36 sword lights shot out from the void. 100-fold increase in strength was instantly unleashed. Surrounded by the undying flame, the 36 sword lights burst forth with their strongest power. Pucha caught off guard, Silver Moon Dragon Saw's arm was pierced, and blood splattered all over the sky. Bang! Silver Moon Dragon Saw angrily punched out, forcing Fang Chen back. Brat, you're courting death, said Silver Moon Dragon Saw coldly, his eyes scarlet. Is that so? Fang Chen grinned. Silver Moon Dragon Saw's defense was very strong, but its weakness was also very obvious, and that was that its movement distance was relatively short. This way, it could reduce Silver Moon Dragon Saw's horizontal movement as much as possible. And Fang Chen was hiding in the void, so he could launch a sneak attack at any time. Silver Moon Dragon Saw couldn't do anything. Boom! The 5 lightning tribulation technique was executed, and deafening thunder exploded in the sky above Silver Moon Mountain. Bolts of lightning rushed into Silver Moon Mountain and gathered above Fang Chen's head. According to Fang Chen's guess, Silver Moon Dragon Saw's Yuan spirit must have weakened a lot after being imprisoned for so many years. Therefore, he used a Soul Dao secret technique. 5 bolts of lightning intersected and enveloped Silver Moon Dragon Saw. Dong! The earth trembled as Silver Moon Dragon Saw resisted with all his might. A silver halo appeared around his body. After the silver halo appeared, he forcibly resisted the 5 bolts of lightning. Silver Dragon Armor. Bai Qingqing cried out involuntarily from afar. Brat, you forced me to do this. Silver Moon Dragon Saw glanced at the silver halo around his body and said coldly. Silver Moon Island's supreme treasure, the silver dragon armor, is actually on you? Bai Qingqing asked in a deep voice. With the silver dragon armor, a mere life and death expert can't break my defense. You can give up. Silver Moon Dragon Saw said. Fang Chen turned his head and looked at Bai Qingqing. The silver dragon armor is our Silver Moon Island's supreme treasure. Although it's only a 9th step, it's infinitely close to the deity grade. Its defense is extremely tyrannical, able to resist the full power attack of a life and death expert. Bai Qingqing said. The silver dragon armor was originally Silver Moon Island's inherited treasure. However, it was lost for no reason. All these years, the people of Silver Moon Island had been painstakingly searching for it. Who would have thought that the silver dragon armor was on Silver Moon Dragon Saw? Hoo. The silver dragon armor turned into a silver halo, revolving around Silver Moon Dragon Saw's body. An unbridled smile appeared on his face. Brat, your attack is too weak. Xiu. Fang Chen didn't believe it and fiercely swung his sword. The sharp sword light ruthlessly hacked on the silver dragon armor. Wang. It only swayed for a moment before dispersing. There wasn't even a scratch on the silver dragon armor. Seeing this, Fang Chen's complexion changed greatly. The silver dragon armor has already fused with my flesh. Unless I die, don't even think about taking the silver dragon armor from me. Silver Moon Dragon Saw laughed sinisterly. His meaning was clear. With the silver dragon armor, Fang Chen couldn't kill him. For a moment, Fang Chen sank into contemplation. With the silver dragon armor, we can't break his defense. Bai Qingqing said helplessly. Is there no other way? Fang Chen asked unwillingly. Bai Qingqing shook her head. You underestimate the silver dragon armor's defense. Even a peak life and death expert can't break it. Looking at Fang Chen and Bai Qingqing's expressions, Silver Moon Dragon Saw laughed wildly. However, at this moment, Little Mouse came out. He lazily stretched and then said with a smile, Boss, I have a way. You have a way. Hearing this, Fang Chen opened his eyes wide. Little Mouse nodded and said, I can use my teeth to bite open the silver dragon armor. Ridiculous, really ridiculous. A trash demonic beast dares to talk nonsense. Silver Moon Dragon Saw was disdainful. He didn't even look at Little Mouse. The silver dragon armor is extraordinary. Can you do it? Fang Chen asked somewhat worriedly. Boss, I've already broken through to the life and death realm and obtained an extraordinary ability. Don't worry, I can definitely do it. Little Mouse grinned and said, but, I need you to pin him down. Fang Chen nodded and decided to give it a try. On the other hand, he also wanted to see how strong a life and death godly mouse was. Qingqing, attack together with me and restrain him, said Fang Chen through voice transmission. Bai Qingqing nodded. Suddenly, Fang Chen made his move. Time Book was used together with Sky Defensive Sword Art. Bai Qingqing also used Silver Moon Sky Art. I'll let you see the true Silver Moon Sky Art. Seeing Bai Qingqing's Silver Moon Sky Art, Silver Moon Dragon Saw sneered. Soon after, his hands continuously formed seals. A wild aura emerged from his body and condensed into a silver crescent moon above his head. This silver crescent moon was clearly much bigger than Bai Qingqing's. Kill. Following Silver Moon Dragon Saw's roar, the battle instantly broke out. Fang Chen and Bai Qingqing joined hands and successfully pinned down Silver Moon Dragon Saw. As for Little Mouse, he took the opportunity to jump on Silver Moon Dragon Saw's head. Big guy, you dare to look down on your grandpa mouse? Courting death. Silver Moon Dragon Saw controlled the silver crescent moon with one hand and clenched his other hand into a fist, fiercely punching at Little Mouse. Assimilate. These two words came out of the Little Mouse's mouth. Suddenly, his body was like a black hole, directly sucking in Silver Moon Dragon Saw's fist light. Rumble. Semi-floating. N-floating. SNG. The black hole rapidly revolved, and in the blink of an eye, the power contained in Silver Moon Dragon Saw's fist light underwent a huge change. Swish. The black hole revolved in reverse, and a vast power rushed out. This was Silver Moon Dragon Saw's own power. Dong! In a flash, Silver Moon Dragon Saw's power was assimilated by Little Mouse and turned into his own power to attack Silver Moon Dragon Saw. Chapter 1628. Heaven-Devouring God Rat's third innate ability, assimilation. To be able to assimilate another person's power into one's own, this kind of ability was beyond imagination. Little Mouse had only grasped a bit of it, but it was enough to shock people. The chained Silver Moon Dragon crawled up from the ground, incomparably shocked. Heaven-Devouring God Rat. He recognized the Heaven-Devouring God Rat and was shocked. Now you know how powerful your Grandpa Rat is. Little Mouse arrogantly looked at Silver Moon Dragon and sneered. Silver Moon Dragon's face turned sinister as his figure flickered, wanting to attack Little Mouse. Attack! Fang Chen and Bai Qingqing glanced at each other and attacked together. Rumble! The primordial killing array was completed, trapping Silver Moon Dragon within. The Spacetime Book combined with the Heavenly Imperial Sword Art and the Five Thunder Tribulation Art. Fang Chen's attack power had reached its peak. Each time the Hidden Star Sword was brandished, it would cause the air to fluctuate. Bai Qingqing's attack power was also not bad. The Silver Moon Heavenly Art was extremely tyrannical. The silver crescent moon above her head emitted a powerful moonlight aura that illuminated Silver Moon Dragon's body. Facing the fierce attack, Silver Moon Dragon had no time to pay attention to Little Mouse. Little Mouse seized the opportunity and jumped onto Silver Moon Dragon's body. Then, it opened its mouth and fiercely bit down on the latter's body. Catcher! The sudden crisp sound caused Fang Chen and Bai Qingqing to be dumbfounded. These teeth are too hard. Even though Fang Chen already knew that Little Mouse's teeth were hard, he was still incomparably shocked at this moment. The teeth of a life and death realm Heaven-Devouring God Rat were actually this hard. This degree of hardness had already surpassed the category of ninth step divine weapons. Too powerful. Bai Qingqing was shocked. Catcher! The Little Mouse bit the silver dragon armor on the Silver Moon Draconic Dragon as if it was eating candy. In the blink of an eye, a large hole appeared on the silver dragon armor. No! The soaring Silver Moon Dragon faced the sky and roared furiously. He looked at the silver dragon armor on his body in disbelief. He activated all the strength in his body and attacked furiously, wanting to send the Little Mouse flying. However, Fang Chen did not give him the chance. Your opponent is me. Fang Chen shouted in a low voice. He controlled the Origin Killing Array and launched a fierce attack to restrain the Silver Moon Soaring Dragon. Silver Moon Draco is very anxious. The cracks on his silver dragon armor are getting bigger and bigger. I must find a way to get rid of these two as soon as possible. Silver Moon Draco thought to himself. Immediately, he activated all his strength. However, Fang Chen and Bai Qingqing were freaks. With the two of them working together and the Primeval Chaos Killing Array, the Silver Moon Soaring Dragon was unable to suppress them for a while. After about a minute, the silver dragon armor on the Silver Moon Draco's body had been bitten open. Crack the Little Mouse had a satisfied smile on its face. The silver dragon armor was of great help to him, and he was gobbling it up. The silver dragon armor was broken, and his defense was greatly reduced. Fang Chen seized this opportunity and used the Spacetime Book. His body was hidden in the void, and then he used the Heavenly Imperial Sword technique. The Level 9 divine weapon, Hidden Star Sword, stabbed into the Silver Moon Soaring Dragon's body through the gap in the silver dragon armor. Poochie, the Silver Moon Soaring Dragon's body suddenly became extremely stiff. I can't accept this. The Silver Moon Soaring Dragon was stabbed by the Hidden Star Sword and was seriously injured. He roared to the sky and retreated unwillingly. He desperately resisted Fang Chen's attack, but his biggest reliance, the silver dragon armor, was broken, causing his defense to drop. He could not resist the attack at all. Poochie Fang Chen did not show mercy. He raised the Hidden Star Sword again and stabbed the Silver Moon Soaring Dragon's head. The latter's vitality quickly disappeared until he was completely dead. Whoosh! After the Silver Moon Soaring Dragon fell, a ball of light appeared in his mind. This was the source of the Silver Moon Soaring Dragon's power. It sensed the Silver Moon Island's aura on Bai Qingqing and quickly sank into the latter's forehead. Qingqing, are you all right? Fang Chen asked worriedly. I'm fine, said Bai Qingqing. Boss, what about the silver dragon armor? Asked the little mouse. It's damaged anyway. Why don't you just let me eat it? Fang Chen hesitated for a moment and looked at Bai Qingqing. The latter said, although the silver dragon armor is damaged, it has a special meaning to my Silver Moon Island. She did not say the rest, but Fang Chen already knew. I have a lot of things here. You can eat as much as you want, said Fang Chen. He then opened his spatial ring and let the little mouse enter. There were simply too many cultivation resources in his spatial ring. There were so many that it could support a powerful force. Some of them were suitable for the little mouse to eat. After sending the little mouse away, Fang Chen took the damaged silver dragon armor from the silver moon soaring dragon's body and handed it to Bai Qingqing. Thank you, said Bai Qingqing. Speaking of which, I have to thank you, said Fang Chen with a smile. He was especially happy after killing the silver moon soaring dragon. At the very least, he could get the moon dragon sky fruit. Let's go. Fang Chen and Bai Qingqing left Silver Moon Mountain and entered the treasure pavilion alone. Just as he had guessed, he easily obtained the moon dragon sky fruit. Looking at the fruit in the jade box in his hand, Fang Chen was extremely excited. Now, only the immortal peaches and immortal fruits are left. 3 kinds of fruits were rare in the world. But with his hard work, he had already obtained 2 of them. Fang Chen believed that he would definitely obtain the last one. Old Faker, I will definitely find the last one. The old Faker had become like this to save Tian Xin. Fang Chen felt very guilty. So, no matter how difficult it was, he had to gather all 3 kinds of fruits. Coming out of the treasure pavilion, Fang Chen's face was full of smiles. You got it? Asked Bai Qingqing. Fang Chen nodded and said, Qingqing, I've been on Silver Moon Island for a long time. I'm ready to leave. What about you? Hearing this, Bai Qingqing fell silent. After a long while, Bai Qingqing raised her head. A trace of reluctance appeared in her beautiful eyes. Then she said, the situation in the lower world is a bit chaotic now. I have to stay on Silver Moon Island to take care of the situation. If you are in danger one day, I will definitely lead the people of Silver Moon Island to rescue you. Fang Chen nodded and did not insist. Staying on Silver Moon Island might be the best place for Bai Qingqing. Bai Qingqing handed Fang Chen a jade pendant. With this jade pendant, he could easily enter and leave Silver Moon Island. She personally sent Fang Chen off Silver Moon Island. Looking at his back, a drop of tear fell from her eyes. Riding the Starry Universe dragon boat, they quickly returned to Green Bamboo Island. Green Bamboo Island was as quiet as usual. Fang Chen went to the old Faker. Old Faker, I've found the moon dragon sky fruit. Fang Chen took out the moon dragon sky fruit and the sword origin fruit and gave them to the old Faker. Seeing this, the old Faker was touched but did not say anything. No words were needed to express everything. They had been through ups and downs together. There was no need for any pretentious words. There's still the last type of peaches of immortality. I will definitely find a way to find it, Fang Chen said. Young man, the lower world has been chaotic recently. You have to be careful. Don't lose your life accidentally, the old Faker said. Oh, the void creatures have launched a large-scale attack. He had been on Silver Moon Island all this time and knew nothing about the situation in the outside world. The leaders of the human race have already locked down a space. They are conducting a thorough search. It won't take long before they find the void creatures. When that time comes, a war will be inevitable. The old Faker said, moreover, there have been many spies of the void creatures who have infiltrated the human race. They are doing everything they can to destroy the human race's experts and the young geniuses. It seems that the situation in the lower world has become very dangerous, Fang Chen said to himself. His gaze pierced through the void and looked in the direction of the human race's sacred land. Fang Chen was puzzled that the human race's sacred lord did not appear for such an important event. You have to be careful. Young man, you are too dazzling. You have become a thorn in the side of the void creatures. Be careful of the spies who have infiltrated the human race, the old Faker reminded. Those spies were too terrifying when they went crazy. They did not care about their own lives. Once they locked onto their target, they would self-destruct to destroy their target. This kind of reckless madness had caused the human race to lose many experts. Chapter 1629. The old faker who got the 2 fruits was obviously very happy. However, he was also worried about Fang Chen. In this chaotic world, the spies of the void creatures could appear at any time. Fang Chen's potential was so great that he would definitely become a thorn in the side of the void creatures. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Fang Chen smiled. After chatting with the old faker for a while, Fang Chen returned to the island master's mansion. He saw Saber 3 and Liu Xiong, as well as his disciple, Tian Xin. In short, the atmosphere of the entire Green Bamboo Island was very good. It was night time. Outside a certain city on Green Bamboo Island, on a mountain peak that rose from the ground, 7 or 8 warriors appeared silently. Darkness covered the land and the crescent moon in the sky was covered by dark clouds. Green Bamboo Island was pitch black. Sanguinati has returned. Leader Shimo has given the order that Sanguinati is one of the people who must be killed. For our descendants to be free, we'll do it. Green Bamboo Island is Sanguinati's territory. It is heavily guarded. If we have to kill Sanguinati, we can just blow ourselves up. The few of them discussed for a while and then quickly headed to the island master's mansion in the dark. In the entire Green Bamboo Island, the island master's mansion was the most heavily guarded and everyone thought that it was the safest place. And it was the safest place to carry out the assassination. Who would have thought of this? Darkness covered the land and the lights in Green Bamboo Island were already extinguished. Everyone in the island master's mansion had already fallen asleep. Fang Chen had also entered a deep sleep. Outside the island master's mansion, 7 or 8 captives used their own methods to kill a few guards silently. Then, they changed their clothes and pretended to be the patrolling guards of the island master's mansion. In this way, they successfully deceived the other guards. Soon, they arrived in front of a pavilion in the island master's mansion. This pavilion was where the island master lived. Sanguinati is inside. Let's go in. The 7 or 8 guards were about to enter the pavilion when they were suddenly stopped by the guards who were walking from afar. Stop! The leader of the guards scolded in a low voice. Soon after, he quickly walked to the front of the 7 or 8 captives. What do you want? The guard asked. Sir, the island master wants us to send some things in, one of the captives said calmly. The guard carefully observed the 7 or 8 people and finally nodded. Ardong said, hurry up and go in. With that, the guard left. 7 or 8 captives entered the pavilion. They spread out and arrived at the door of Fang Chen's room. At this moment, Fang Chen, who was sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes. Someone's here. Fang Chen frowned. He had set up an invisible array in front of the pavilion. As long as someone touched the array, he would be able to sense it. Fang Chen used the spacetime book without batting an eyelid and hid in the void. It was at this time that 7 or 8 captives quietly opened the door and rushed to the bed. Countless attacks bombarded the bed. The wooden bed suddenly exploded. Ha ha ha, Sanguinati is dead for sure. The 7 or 8 captives laughed heartily. They didn't expect to kill Sanguinati so easily. You want to deal with me with such petty tricks? Suddenly, a heavy voice came from behind them. The captives who were laughing suddenly turned around. When they saw Sanguinati standing in front of them, they were shocked. Why are you here? Idiot! Fang Chen sneered and walked towards the captives step by step. Attack together. Kill him. The leader of the captives roared and immediately launched a fierce attack. The 8 captives were all mid-level life and death realm monarchs. Although their attacks were fierce, they posed no threat to Fang Chen. Bang! A fist smashed the head of a captive near him, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Immediately, the other captives looked at Fang Chen in shock. Swish! In a flash, Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword and used the Sky Imperial sword art. 36 sword lights rapidly shot out. Bang! Bang! Several martial artists were caught off guard and were directly pierced by the sword lights. They unwillingly fell to the ground. Only 2 captives survived. Their companions used their lives to block the sword lights, allowing them to survive. Self-destruct. Before dying, the captives roared with difficulty. The remaining 2 captives didn't say anything and activated their own strength, instantly triggering self-destruction. The self-destruction of life and death realm martial artists had a tyrannical deterrence. Not good. Fang Chen called out inwardly. Soon after, he waved his hand and arranged the Primeval Origin killing array, trapping the 2 captives inside. Dong. The self-destruction of the 2 life and death realm monarchs shattered the Primeval Origin killing array. Rumble. The entire pavilion turned into ashes. Fortunately, the Primeval Origin killing array blocked the impact, so the rest of the Island Master's mansion was safe. The deafening sound alarmed the others in the Island Master's mansion. Vice Island Master Yin Fang was the first to rush over. Island Master, what happened? Brother Fang, what happened? Blade 3 followed closely behind, and the other experts also rushed over one after another. The void creature Evildor infiltrated Green Bamboo Island. Fang Chen gave a simple explanation of what happened. Island Master, this matter is my responsibility. It's my fault for not controlling it well. Yin Fang took the initiative to apologize. Fang Chen waved his hand. It's not your fault. Void creatures are everywhere, and their methods are strange. If they hide, it's very difficult to find them. Island Master, don't worry. I'll immediately send more people to monitor every martial artist who enters Green Bamboo Island. Yin Fang said. Fang Chen nodded and left this matter to the others. He arrived at Blade 3's residence. Brother Fang, it seems like the void creatures are preparing to attack you. Blade 3 said. Fang Chen was expressionless as he said in a deep voice, if they want to kill me, they'll have to pay a sufficient price. With his current strength, even if a peak life and death realm expert attacked him, he could easily escape. Unless it was an immemorial realm expert, it would be impossible to kill him. However, the void creature Evildor came to Green Bamboo Island and self-destructed, which made him extremely angry. Green Bamboo Island was his territory, and the people who lived here were all his family and friends. If such a thing happened, he could defend himself, but his family and friends could not. I definitely won't allow anyone to hurt my family. Fang Chen clenched his fists and said in a deep voice. Brother Fang, Green Bamboo Island's defense is not enough. Blade 3 said. It's a pity that I'm not a 9-star array master. Otherwise, I could set up a peerless array that enveloped Green Bamboo Island and definitely make Green Bamboo Island's defense the strongest. Fang Chen said helplessly. Although there was only a small gap between 8-star and 9-star. However, the gap between them was too big. He had stepped into the 8-star realm for a long time, but he had been stuck at the bottleneck and could not break through. Fang Chen could not do anything about it. Brother Fang, don't worry too much. There are many powerhouses on Green Bamboo Island. If they want to commit murder, they have to consider their own strength. Blade 3 comforted. Fang Chen's original body chatted with Blade 3, and the demon-subduing Realm clone found the Realm Master. Realm Master, I have a request. Fang Chen said. What is it? Just now, Green Bamboo Island was attacked by the remnants of the void creature. Although I killed it in time, it also caused different degrees of damage to the Island Master's residence. My family and friends are on Green Bamboo Island, and I don't want them to be hurt in any way. Fang Chen said. Realm Master nodded slightly. I understand what you mean. I'll ask your senior to help you. Fang Chen wanted to ask more, but Realm Master waved his hand to indicate that he did not need to worry. The night was silent. Early the next morning, an unexpected expert arrived at Green Bamboo Island. Above the Island Master's residence, an old man with a white beard and a purple robe fluttered in the wind. His face was full of smiles. Opposite him, Fang Chen looked at him in shock. Speaking of which, this old man in a purple robe had a strong background. Junior Brother Fang, why don't you invite me down for a seat? The old man in a purple robe said with a smile. Hearing this, Fang Chen was stunned for a moment, then said awkwardly, I'm sorry for being rude. Senior brother, this way please. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Last night, he was still thinking about which senior brother the Realm Master would ask to help him. No matter how hard he racked his brains, he did not expect this senior brother to be the strongest formation master in the lower realm. The only 9-star formation master in the lower realm, Emperor Purplebeard. Emperor Purplebeard's name was well known, but he had never had the time to meet him. Chapter 1631. Nile and Qiu Xin were the focus of Green Bamboo Island. Most importantly, they were extremely loyal to Green Bamboo Island. Fang Chen also had his own idea of nurturing trustworthy people. Luckily, Emperor Purplebeard was his senior brother. If it were someone else, he might not even let them watch. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Many formation Dao experts in the lower realm would be envious. Once upon a time, an 8-star divine formation master had said such a sentence. Watching Emperor Purplebeard set up a formation once was equivalent to thousands of years of enlightenment. From this one sentence, one could see how profound Emperor Purplebeard's understanding of the Dao of formations was. To Nile and Qiu Xin, Emperor Purplebeard was definitely a progenitor of formation Dao. If they could watch a little, their understanding of formation Dao would definitely benefit greatly. Nile and Qiu Xin were very excited and went to prepare. This was an opportunity that they could not miss. Of course, they had to be well prepared. 3 days later, Emperor Purplebeard finished his preparations and sent a voice transmission to Fang Chen. The latter brought Nile and Qiu Xin to the Green Bamboo Formation. Hovering above the Green Bamboo Formation, Fang Chen, as the island master, announced an order. Everyone, the Green Bamboo Formation will be upgraded. Please leave the formation first. Although everyone was confused, they still obeyed the island master's order. Soon, there was no one in the huge Green Bamboo Formation. At this moment, Emperor Purplebeard entered. Island Master, I've checked the Green Bamboo Formation. I've basically understood its operating pattern. I'm confident that I can make it perfect. Emperor Purplebeard did not address himself as Nile and Qiu Xin's senior brother. After all, the demon-subduing world was hidden in the dark. He did not want to expose himself. Thank you, Emperor Purplebeard. Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked him. Nile and Qiu Xin stared straight at Emperor Purplebeard. Greetings, Emperor Purplebeard. It was their first time meeting Emperor Purplebeard. However, they had heard many legends about Emperor Purplebeard. Now that they saw him in person, they were so excited that they could not speak. Emperor Zishu nodded at the two of them and said, I'll modify the formation later. The two of you stay far away and watch carefully. After that, Monarch Purplebeard turned to Fang Chen and said, Island Lord, you can come closer to me. When the time comes, I will explain some insights to you. Outside the Green Bamboo Formation, the upper echelons of Green Bamboo Island were led by Vice Island Master Yin Fang. Floating in the air, he stared at the Green Bamboo Array Formation in the distance. They sighed in their hearts. Island Lord, you are truly something. You even managed to invite Monarch Purplebeard. Vice Island Lord Yin Fang sighed. That's right. Monarch Zishu is the most powerful formation master in the entire lower realm. Even the 5 great leaders of the human clan might not be able to invite him. However, the Island Lord actually managed to invite him. Look at Monarch Purplebeard's attitude towards the Island Master. He's very easygoing. It's obvious that they're close. To think that we looked down on the Island Master when we first met him. Ha ha ha. That's right. Fortunately, we chose to follow the Island Master. Otherwise, how could we have our current status? Most of the experts beside Vice Island Lord Yin Fang were the first to follow Fang Chen. At that time, they were still martial artists from the human clan's sacred land. They were sent to Green Bamboo Island to pacify the foreign tribes. They did not expect so many years to pass in the blink of an eye. Yin Fang did not regret his decision. He had gained more from Green Bamboo Island. Moreover, with the current reputation of Green Bamboo Island, countless martial artists who were more powerful than them were fighting to recruit them. It was a great feeling. The ordinary martial artists below were even more excited than before. Inside the Green Bamboo Formation, Monarch Zishu slowly raised his palm. A majestic formation Dao aura instantly spread out. So powerful. Fang Chen, who was standing at the side, was shocked. The formation Dao aura from Monarch Zishu was so strong that it made his heart palpitate. Junior brother Fang, the formation Dao is about insight. No matter what kind of formation it is, the first thing to do is to understand its essence. Monarch Zishu transmitted his voice. Let me show you the trajectory of the green bamboo formation. As he spoke, Monarch Zishu waved his palm. The formation Dao aura around him moved in an unimaginable trajectory under his control. Whoosh whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Emperor Purplebeard's every move triggered the rotation of the green bamboo formation. At this moment, Fang Chen could clearly see the subtle formation Dao aura above the control center of the green bamboo formation. It gathered together and formed a complicated trajectory. Is this the trajectory of the green bamboo formation? Fang Chen widened his eyes and looked at it seriously. The trajectory of the green bamboo formation was so mysterious that Fang Chen could not understand it. Look at it carefully. Monarch Zishu transmitted his voice. It was useless to tell Fang Chen all of a sudden. It was better to do it step by step. Monarch Zishu believed that with junior brother Fang's potential, he would be able to understand it on his own. Niall and Qiu Xin, who were watching from afar, were even more shocked. They looked at all of this with their mouths agape. It was as if they had sunk into a sea of formation Dao and were drifting alone. After the trajectory of the green bamboo formation appeared clearly, Monarch Zishu began to modify it. He took out the materials that he had prepared beforehand and added them to the control center of the green bamboo formation. Then, he quickly formed seals with his hands. One after another, powerful formations appeared in the green bamboo formation. Fang Chen realized that these formations were all level 9 formations. Moreover, they were fusing with the green bamboo formation at an unimaginable speed. What a strange technique! Fang Chen was shocked. He admired Monarch Zishu very much. At the very least, he could not do such a technique. After maintaining this state for an hour, Emperor Purplebeard changed his technique again. What entered Fang Chen's eyes were countless mysterious and complicated array formations. At first, he could still see them clearly. Later on, he could barely keep up with Monarch Zishu's pace. As for Niall and Qiu Xin, they had already entered a state of enlightenment. Moreover, with their formation Dao cultivation, it was best that they did not see the mysterious and complicated formations at the end. Whoosh! Monarch Zishu's technique became faster and faster. In the end, Fang Chen could not keep up. Dong! Suddenly, Fang Chen's mind vibrated. Then, a wild formation Dao aura spread out. He immediately closed his eyes and digested what he had learned. Swoosh! After 2 hours, Monarch Zishu finally completed all the steps. In the last step, he fused all the level 9 formations that he had set up into the green bamboo formation. In an instant, the green bamboo formation began to expand. With the control center as the core, it kept expanding outwards. Soon, it covered 90% of the green bamboo island. Outside the formation, Vice Island Master Yinfang and the others were shocked. The whole thing is done. I just need some time. Monarch Zishu looked at the expanding green bamboo formation and was very satisfied. The powerhouse who set up this formation is no ordinary person. The green bamboo formation's profoundness is not weaker than a level 9 formation. Unfortunately, it has been too long, and the power of the formation's control center has been greatly depleted. However, after my modification, the green bamboo formation's grade has already reached the peak of level 9, infinitely close to a deity formation. Monarch Zishu chuckled. Modifying the green bamboo formation was his most perfect masterpiece, and he was very happy. The process lasted for an entire day and night. It was only at noon of the second day that the green bamboo formation completed its expansion. After the green bamboo formation opened, it covered the entire green bamboo island. Even a peak life and death expert's all-out attack would not be able to break through it. From now on, the green bamboo island's defense would be raised to the extreme. Dong! The green bamboo formation completely stabilized. Monarch Zishu poured a large amount of energy into the formation's control center. Then, he clapped his hands and called it a day. At this time, Fang Chen also woke up from his epiphany. After seeing the green bamboo formation, he was very satisfied. Many thanks, senior apprentice brother. Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked him. Junior apprentice brother Fang, the degree of modification is better than I expected. Monarch Zishu said. Right, junior apprentice brother Fang, what did you learn? After seeing senior apprentice brother's formation, I gained a lot of insights, and found a path to 9-star realm. Fang Chen smiled. Chapter 1632. The green bamboo array formation that Emperor Purplebeard had modified was extremely powerful. Moreover, it could gather the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. It was much more effective than before. It was definitely a sacred place for cultivation in the hearts of warriors. This was nothing to Emperor Purplebeard, but it was very important to Green Bamboo Island. Fang Chen only observed it briefly and was already shocked by the current state of the green bamboo array formation. It's too powerful, Fang Chen exclaimed. While talking to Fang Chen, Emperor Purplebeard noticed Nile and Qiu Xin. Hey! Emperor Purplebeard let out a soft gasp of surprise. Then, he walked over to the two of them. At this moment, Nile and Qiu Xin were in the midst of enlightenment. There was a special aura around them. Junior brother Fang, these two fellows have great potential, Emperor Purplebeard said with a smile. It was obvious that he was praising Nile and Qiu Xin. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. A thought flashed across his mind. Then, he walked to Emperor Purplebeard's side. Senior brother Purplebeard, these two are the God Array Masters that Green Bamboo Island is nurturing. They are indeed talented. If they are nurtured well, they will definitely become great talents in the future, Fang Chen said. How is it? Senior brother Purplebeard, do you want to take them as your disciples? To be honest, Emperor Purplebeard had seen countless warriors with outstanding talent in array formations over the years. However, almost none of them were able to move him. This was also the reason why he had not taken any disciples in all these years. In the lower realm, countless cultivators in array formations wanted to be his disciple. In fact, the 5 great leaders of the human race had personally tried to persuade Emperor Purplebeard to take them as his disciples. However, they were all rejected by him. Emperor Purplebeard was a sentimental person. Apart from talent, he also looked at fate when taking in disciples. Right now, he was indeed thinking of taking them as his disciples. This was because he felt that Nile and Qiu Xin had a special understanding of array formations. This was something that ordinary people could not achieve. After all, they are from Green Bamboo Island. It's not good for me to take them as my disciples, Emperor Purplebeard chuckled. When Fang Chen heard this, he hurriedly said, Senior brother Purplebeard, there's no need to be so polite with me. If you really want to take them as your disciples, I have no objections. What a joke. What could he say about Emperor Purplebeard taking in a disciple? After all, Nile and Qiu Xin were from Green Bamboo Island. If they became Monarch Purplebeard's disciples, it would only increase Green Bamboo Island's strength. Alright, let's wait for them to wake up, said Monarch Purplebeard. Speaking of which, it was strange. The two of them had entered a state of epiphany and thought that they would wake up in 1 or 2 days. Who would have thought that it would last for 7 days? In these 7 days, the green bamboo array gradually stabilized. Monarch Purplebeard sat in the middle of the green bamboo array formation, waiting for Nile and Qiu Xin to wake up. In 7 days, Fang Chen had completely settled down Green Bamboo Island. He also briefly explained the improved green bamboo array formation to Vice Island Master Yin Fang, which made everyone on Green Bamboo Island very excited. 7 days later, Nile was the first to wake up. Wang He was surrounded by the aura of a formation. A brilliant smile surfaced on Zhong Xian's face. After being stuck at 5-star for so long, he had finally achieved a breakthrough. Seeing Emperor Purplebeard sitting cross-legged before him, Nile hurriedly cupped his fists and thanked him. Thank you, Senior Emperor Purplebeard. You're awake. Emperor Purplebeard opened his eyes and asked Nile with a gentle smile. At this moment, Qiu Xin also woke up. However, he was still at 6-star and had yet to achieve a breakthrough. Seeing Nile achieve a breakthrough, he was slightly disappointed. At this moment, he heard Emperor Purplebeard's words. You're Nile, right? Emperor Purplebeard asked. Yes. Nile nodded. Are you willing to be my disciple? Emperor Purplebeard continued to ask. Hearing this, Nile was dumbfounded and his mind went blank. On the other hand, Choshin felt helpless and envious at the same time. Are you willing? Emperor Purplebeard chuckled and repeated his question. At this moment, Nile woke up from his shock and hurriedly knelt on the ground. Yes, of course I'm willing. Nile said excitedly, Disciple Nile greets Master. At this moment, Nile's heart was in turmoil. Emperor Purplebeard actually accepted him as his disciple. This was something that he had never dreamt of. Emperor Purplebeard nodded and looked at Choshin. Being stared at by Emperor Purplebeard, Choshin's face was filled with anticipation. As expected, Emperor Purplebeard spoke. How about you? Are you willing to be my disciple? I'm willing. Disciple Choshin greets Master. Choshin thought that Emperor Purplebeard would not accept him after accepting Nile. He did not expect both of them to be accepted at the same time. Emperor Purplebeard stroked his white beard when he saw how excited his two disciples were. He was also very happy. After so many years, he had accepted two disciples at once. From today onwards, the two of you are my disciples. Emperor Purplebeard said. As for who will be the senior brother, you two can decide for yourselves. Nile and Choshin were very excited and discussed with each other. Choshin originally wanted Nile to be the senior brother because Emperor Purplebeard accepted Nile first. However, Nile rejected him directly. In the end, they had no choice but to go by age. Choshin was slightly older than Nile, so he was the senior brother. Greetings, senior brother. Greetings, junior brother. The senior brother and junior brother laughed and hugged each other. Let's go. Emperor Purplebeard brought the two kids out of the green bamboo array formation and returned to the island master's residence. He said that he would shamelessly stay on Green Bamboo Island after modifying the green bamboo array formation and give Fang Chen some pointers. Now, he had even more reason to stay and give pointers to his two disciples. Congratulations, Emperor Purplebeard, for accepting two outstanding disciples. Fang Chen came out to congratulate him as soon as he arrived at the island master's residence. Ha ha ha. Emperor Purplebeard was very happy. Only Fang Chen knew that Emperor Purplebeard had accepted a disciple. He did not spread the news. On the other hand, Emperor Purplebeard did not want to publicize it. Just like that, Emperor Purplebeard temporarily stayed on Green Bamboo Island. One night, Emperor Purplebeard was giving pointers to Nile and Choshin on the Tao of array formation. Fang Chen came to talk to Emperor Purplebeard. However, just as the two of them were conversing, Fang Chen's expression suddenly changed. Someone broke into Green Bamboo Island. Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Nothing to be afraid of. Emperor Purplebeard said with a smile. Then, he disappeared into the darkness with Fang Chen. Above Green Bamboo Island, Fang Chen and Emperor Purplebeard stood side by side. Looking down, they could clearly see 5 or 6 life and death emperors sneaking toward the island master's residence. They were wearing the same clothes as when they assassinated Fang Chen last time. Stubborn. Fang Chen said coldly. Just as he was about to make a move, Emperor Purplebeard beat him to it. Hua la Emperor Purplebeard waved his hand, and a frightening offensive array instantly fell around these people. Who's there? Being trapped in the array, these people were somewhat panicked. Rumble, in the air, Fang Chen looked at the array with astonishment. This was a 9th grade offensive array, and its offensive power was extremely tyrannical. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, the offensive power of the array killed the 5 or 6 captives who had snuck into Green Bamboo Island. During this time, they didn't even let out a single scream. Fang Chen admired Emperor Purplebeard even more. This method was too tyrannical. Junior brother Fang, do you know who these people are? Emperor Purplebeard asked. They should be in cahoots with the void creatures. Fang Chen said. I see. Emperor Purplebeard nodded and said, don't worry. With the Green Bamboo Array, you'll be able to sense them as long as they sneak into Green Bamboo Island. With your current strength, unless they're experts at the level of the 5 tycoons, they won't be able to pose any threat to you. Moreover, I've been on Green Bamboo Island all this time. If they dare to come, I'll make sure they won't be able to return. Let's see if they have more people, or if my array is more ruthless. Emperor Purplebeard said. With senior brother Purplebeard here, I'll be at ease. Fang Chen said. Terror saw desolate land. In a dark environment, a frightening array was gradually taking shape. The array's surroundings were extremely ferocious, and it was filled with an extremely dense killing aura. In the middle of the array, Shu Mo sat cross-legged. The aura around him and the killing aura within the array were intertwined. Hua La suddenly, Shu Mo opened his eyes. What's the matter? Shu Mo asked in a deep voice. Leader Shu Mo, according to the human race's progress, they're about to discover us. A voice was heard. Chapter 1633. Shu Mo's eyes were bloodshot. He was making the final arrangements. This array was taught to him by the void creature in the chaotic void. To be safe, he wanted to use this array to deal with the human tribe. Human tribe, when my array is completed, it will be the day of your sacrifice. Shu Mo licked his dry lips and said grimly. The void creatures ruled the lower realm in order to turn the humans here into sacrificial offerings. Through the sacrifice, they could increase their strength and seize the power of faith from the lower world. Right now, their plan was already halfway to success. Rumble, the blood spirit in the array, seemed to have sensed Shu Mo's mood and roared wildly. The subordinates outside quickly retreated after receiving Shu Mo's order. Once again, Shu Mo began to set up the array formation. To martial artists, a few months' time was nothing at all. In the blink of an eye, Emperor Purplebeard had been living on Green Bamboo Island for 3 months. During this period, Emperor Purplebeard would give pointers to his 2 disciples when he had time. At the same time, he would also explain to Fang Chen the problems he did not understand about array formations. Fang Chen kept the Sky Prison Saint's words in mind. A month ago, he had gone to Winner's Village alone. To enter Winner's Village, one had to go to Baijiu City first. Baijiu City was still guarded by the Baijiu City Lord. He was one of the higher-ups of the human tribe and was stationed in Baijiu City all year round. The purgatory in Baijiu City was still open to martial artists from the outside world. No one knew that Fang Chen had come to Baijiu City. He hid his identity and entered the purgatory again. There were no longer any traces of the foreign tribe in this purgatory. However, the level of danger in this purgatory had not decreased by much. There were many dangerous places. When martial artists entered this purgatory, they would often choose some places to explore. Of course, he would also look for some powerful demonic beasts to be used as training targets. There were also some powerful martial artists who searched for galaxies and dived into the depths of the galaxies to absorb the rich power of the stars. After entering the purgatory, Fang Chen followed the map in his mind and quickly traveled through the purgatory. Whoosh! Whoosh! Fang Chen moved quickly in the air. None of the countless cultivators below noticed him. However, at some point, Fang Chen stopped in his tracks. He saw that there was a group of martial artists below him who were having an argument. Junior martial brother of subduing devil world. Fang Chen sensed a certain martial artist below. It was his junior brother from the demon subduing realm. Therefore, he stopped in his tracks. At this moment, there were 6 or 7 creation realm martial artists teaching a martial artist at the 3rd level of the creation scripture a lesson. A martial artist at the 3rd level of the fate realm lost to a martial artist at the 4th level of the heavens. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen naturally could not sit idly by. Brat, hand over the thing you just got. Otherwise, your little life will end here. One of the fat men said viciously. H, a trash at the 3rd layer of the manifestation stage dares to snatch our things. Are you courting death? What's the point of talking to him? Just kill him. Let me deal with this kind of trash. A martial artist at the 5th layer of the manifestation stage held a long sword in his hand and launched a fierce attack. Seeing this, the disciple from the demon subduing realm looked extremely solemn and quickly retreated. However, at this moment, he felt a resistance. He turned around and was shocked to find an unfamiliar man supporting his back with his hand. It's okay. After saying that, Fang Chen walked in front of him. The martial artist who was attacking sneered when he saw the strange martial artist who suddenly appeared. "You're courting death." Immediately, his long sword stabbed viciously at Fang Chen. Ding! An unexpected scene happened. Fang Chen stood quietly and did not move. The long sword of the martial artist at the 5th layer of the creation scripture pierced Fang Chen's chest. No matter how hard he tried, he could not move an inch. "Fifth brother, did you not eat? Even the sword can't pierce through." The fat man mocked. Hearing this, fifth brother's eyes flashed with a trace of ferocity. Immediately, he used all his strength and poured it into the long sword. With a low roar, he stabbed viciously at Fang Chen. Fang Chen shook his head and said, "Too weak." He raised his palm, stretched out 2 fingers, and caught the long sword in a flash. Then, under everyone's gaze, a crisp sound rang out. The long sword instantly broke and scattered on the ground. The attacking martial artist was completely dumbfounded. He stared at Fang Chen with wide eyes. When the others saw this, they hurried over. "Boy, who are you? How dare you meddle in our business?" The fat man said in a low voice. "Temph, what's the point of bullying fellow humans? When the foreign races and the Sea Demon clan invaded, where were you?" Fang Chen sneered. "HMPH, ungrateful fellow." The fat man sneered and called on the other martial artists to deal with Fang Chen together. Boom! A terrifying aura emitted from Fang Chen's body, instantly blasting several people away. "Get lost, killing you will dirty my hands." These martial artists were too weak. Fang Chen disdained to kill them. "If I find out that you bullied fellow humans again, you will bear the consequences." Their hearts were filled with horror. Just the aura he emitted was enough to blast them away. This kind of powerhouse was not someone they could provoke. "Senior, thank you for showing mercy." After saying that, they hurriedly fled. "Senior brother, thank you for saving us. May I know senior brother's name?" The demon-subduing world disciple cupped his hands and thanked him. "Fang Chen." Fang Chen said. "What? You are the legendary senior brother Fang?" This disciple obviously did not expect that senior brother Fang would save him. He was very excited. After a simple chat, Fang Chen continued on his way. For him, this was just a small episode. But for the demon-subduing world disciple, it was enough to change his life. It didn't take long for Fang Chen to arrive at the entrance of the saint's village. As a new saint, he naturally had a way to enter the saint's village. Saint's village. It was still the same as before, but it gave Fang Chen a completely different feeling. Fang Chen felt that the air in the saint's village was filled with rich spiritual energy. What's going on? Fang Chen did not find a single villager in the saint's village. He was a little worried. Voila! Floating in mid-air, he spread out his divine sense. He instantly found that the villagers of the saint's village were all cultivating in the saint's tower. I see. At the same time, he felt that the strength of the villagers of the saint's village had increased a lot. Amazing. The villagers of the saint's village sensed the return of the saint and stopped cultivating. "Greetings, saint." The village chief led the way to welcome the saint. "Everyone, are you okay?" Fang Chen asked. "Saint, we're fine. On the contrary, our strength has increased." The village chief laughed and said, "I wonder if with our current strength, we can follow the saint to the outside world to fight." Originally, Fang Chen was still worried that the villagers of the saint's village were too weak. But now, it seemed that he was thinking too much. The overall strength of the saint's village had increased a lot. In the outside world, it was comparable to those first-rate forces. All of this should be the means left behind by the Sky Prison Saint. "Pack up. I came back this time to take you away," Fang Chen said. Everyone was excited and went back to pack. They packed up everything in the saint's village. Also, they asked the saint to take away the saint's tower. Fang Chen used the means left behind by the Sky Prison Saint to put the saint's tower into the coiling moon fairy cave. "Enter my grotto heaven treasure first. I'll take you out," Fang Chen said. He opened the coiling moon fairy cave, and the hundreds of villagers of the saint's village all entered. In the end, Fang Chen reluctantly looked at the saint's village, then turned and left. Rumble, The moment Fang Chen left the saint's village, a deafening sound could be heard. From then on, there was no more saint's village. Returning to Green Bamboo Island, Fang Chen set up a forbidden area on Green Bamboo Island and invited Emperor Purplebeard to set up a powerful formation around it. Then, he placed the Coiling Moon Fairy Cave in the forbidden area. He told the villagers of the saint's village to stay in the Coiling Moon Fairy Cave and cultivate. If they wanted to go outside, they could go out by themselves. Finally, Fang Chen gave each of them a token. With this token, they could move freely on Green Bamboo Island. In fact, Fang Chen was also afraid that they would be unfamiliar with the outside world. Chapter 1635. The moment the restriction was opened, a desolate aura rushed towards them. The lair of the void creatures is in wing extremity, Yuan Jiyu said. The restriction within 1,000,000 miles was shattered. Their divine senses were extremely powerful and they instantly discovered the lair of the void creatures. However, to their surprise, all the void creatures hid themselves and did not fight to the death. Let's kill our way in. Yuan Jiyu took the lead and sensed the terrifying aura. He leaped into the air and arrived in front of the ferocious array. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the other leaders came as well, including Emperor Purplebeard and Fang Chen. Hehe, I thought it would take you a long time to find this place. The void creature, Shen Mo, walked out of the array and laughed eerily. Since you can't wait to die, I'll grant you your wish. Then, Shen Mo waved his hand and a blood-red wave emerged from the ferocious array. Splash! In the blink of an eye, the blood-red wave swept across the entire wing extremity and trapped the 4 leaders. Then, Shen Mo controlled the ferocious array to envelop the 4 leaders. Let me see how strong the leaders of the human clan are, Shen Mo sneered. When Shen Mo made his move, Emperor Purplebeard brought Fang Chen and retreated hastily. As a 9-star divine array master, Emperor Purplebeard immediately sensed the power of the ferocious array. That array is too strong. It's almost at the level of a god. Emperor Purplebeard was shocked. Let's go. This array is too strong. We're no match for it. Monarch Purplebeard roared as he brought Fang Chen away from this place. Shen Mo glanced at Emperor Purplebeard and Fang Chen and ignored them. To him, it was enough to eliminate the 4 leaders of the human clan. Inside the ferocious array, the 4 leaders looked gloomy. Don't panic. Although this array is strong, the void creatures can't do anything to us if we work together, Yuan Jiyu said. Let's work together. The 4 leaders worked together and fought together. Keek, it won't be long before you all turn into pus, haha. Outside the ferocious formation, Shen Mo laughed wildly. The ferocious array consumed too much energy and required him to constantly activate it. Therefore, he couldn't go anywhere. He could only leave after destroying all 4 of them. Above the void ocean, Fang Chen and Emperor Purplebeard flew forward rapidly. Senior apprentice brother Purplebeard, the 4 giants are trapped in the formation. Will they be in danger? Fang Chen asked worriedly. Don't worry. The void creature controlling the formation hasn't stepped into the immemorial realm. Even if he controls the formation, he won't be able to kill the 4 great leaders in a short period of time, Emperor Zishu said in a deep voice. Then what should we do? Fang Chen asked. Let's go to the sacred land of the human race. At such a crucial moment, they had to invite the Holy Lord of the human race to step in. Otherwise, it would be impossible to pacify the void creatures. Soon, Fang Chen and Emperor Purplebeard arrived at the human tribe's sacred land. The one who received them was the Great Elder. Emperor Zishu, what brings you here? The Great Elder asked with a smile. Great Elder, the situation is urgent. We need to see the Holy Lord, Emperor Zishu said hurriedly. The Great Elder frowned slightly and said with difficulty, the Holy Lord is in seclusion. The void creatures have already moved and trapped the 4 great leaders. The human race is in grave danger, Emperor Zishu added. Hearing this, the Great Elder didn't care about anything else and directly brought the 2 to the Holy Lord's seclusion area. Holy Lord. Creak, the seclusion area's door opened and the Holy Lord walked out. Holy Lord. Fang Chen greeted Emperor Zishu. I already know why you're here. Even if you didn't come, I would have gone to find you. The Holy Lord said. Holy Lord, The leader of the void creatures is only at the limit of life and death realm. If you take action, you can easily suppress the void creatures, Emperor Zishu said. The Holy Lord shook his head with a helpless expression. To tell you the truth, in the last battle, I was heavily injured, and my cultivation fell. Otherwise, I would have taken action long ago. The human race's Holy Lord said, now that the 4 great leaders are trapped in the formation, we have to think of a way to save them. What way? Emperor Zishu didn't have time to be surprised. The human race has a formation passed down. This formation is called the 9-9-1 formation. If we can set up this formation, we can completely dispel the void creature's attack. It's a pity. What's a pity? Fang Chen asked. It's too troublesome to cultivate the 9-9-1 formation. Moreover, to set it up, we need to condense 9 different types of law power pillars. Moreover, during the process, we have to be careful of the void creatures. The human race's Holy Lord said. We can't care so much now, Emperor Zishu said. In the entire lower realm, if there's anyone who can set up the 9-9-1 formation, it's only you, Zishu. After speaking, the human race's Holy Lord waved his hand and a scroll landed in his palm. He then passed it to Emperor Zishu and said, this is the 9-9-1 formation. Study it well. I'll prepare the materials needed as soon as possible. All right. Emperor Zishu immediately started to study the 9-9-1 formation. You should study it too. The human race's Holy Lord knew that Fang Chen was also a god formation master. He might be able to understand the mystery behind it. The 2 divine array masters were quickly comprehending the formation. The entire lower realm was filled with a heavy aura. All the warriors could feel the changes in heaven and earth. They were somewhat flustered. Some powerful martial artists seemed to have sensed something. The void creatures had invaded. All the warriors on the universe's combat power ranking were mobilized. All of them headed to Wing Extremity. Then, they started to fight with the void creatures. It was a chaotic battle in Wing Extremity. The battle was intense. It even affected some of the nearby islands. In the ferocious formation, the 4 great leaders were depleting their energy too quickly. This formation was very strange. It was absorbing their energy unknowingly. This made the 4 great leaders look very serious. Now, we can only hold on. The Holy Lord will definitely think of a way, the Spirit Tribe's Lord said. Emperor Blackblade's face was gloomy. He smashed a ray of light with a punch. These bastards. When I get out, I'll kill them all, Emperor Blackblade said coldly. When the 4 great leaders worked together, their attack power was still very strong. In the outside world, Shen Mo was wholeheartedly controlling the ferocious formation. Ha ha ha, soon. After a while, all of you will turn into pus. Shen Mo laughed. He was very satisfied with the ferocious formation. It was as if he could already see the lower realm being unified by him and receiving a great reward. The battle in Wing Extremity was within his expectations. He had expected such a battle to happen, but he was not afraid. The void creatures he brought were all very strong. There was no problem for them to fight with the human race's elites. As for the captives, they were used as cannon fodder and rushed to the front line of the battle. On this day, Yang and the other senior brothers from the demon-subduing world came. They were full of fighting spirit and fought with all their might. Not long after, the black-white heavenly lords also came. As time gradually passed, almost all the top experts of the lower realm had gathered here. At this moment, they forgot about their personal grudges. There was only the race in their hearts. For the human race, they fought to the death. This was a race war, and the situation was even more serious than the previous one. Last time, at the last moment, the human race's Holy Lord appeared and turned the tide. This time, who would be the hero who saved the human race? Everyone was fighting with all their might. In the entire lower realm, everyone's eyes were focused on this place. Those martial artists below the life and death realm were not qualified to participate. They could only pray. On Green Bamboo Island, after Yin Fang and the others had settled down, they also resolutely joined the battle. For the human race. In the battlefield of Wing Extremity, someone shouted. Suddenly, A deafening voice resounded throughout the lower realm. For the human race, for the human race, for the human race. Echoes came one after another. The human race powerhouses united as a fortress to protect their homeland. The battle was too tragic. From time to time, martial artists would die. Of course, the void creatures also suffered great losses, especially the captives. Almost all of them had become cannon fodder. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. The blood aura in the ferocious formation was even more brutal. Chapter 1637. Cracks appeared on the hideous array. Seeing this, the four great leaders were very excited. Cracks appeared on the array, which meant that they could get out. Continue to attack. Yuan Jiyu roared. He joined forces with the other three and launched the final attack. At the same time, all the void creatures attacked the three pillars in a frenzy. Protect the pillars. The Holy Lord of the human race ordered. The pillars were their last chance. If they were destroyed, the human race would be in danger. Bang! As the void creatures had taken the lead, the first round of terrifying attacks had already arrived before the humans could even react. The pillar of the law of water was hit. Crack! The pillar that was hit made a cracking sound. A crack spread from the highest point to the bottom. No! Emperor Purple Beard roared. He wanted to stop it, but there was nothing he could do. He was using Fang Chen's flame law to form the fourth pillar. Once it was interrupted, it would cause great damage to Fang Chen. Kill. The black-white heavenly lords took the lead and blocked the next wave of attacks from the void creatures. Tai Lai Yuan and the rest followed closely behind. As for Long Yang and the rest, they went to the other pillars to protect them. While protecting the pillars, they attacked the void creatures. Let's attack together. With someone taking the lead, all the void creatures attacked one of the pillars at the same time. The human race warriors were scattered and their strength was limited. They couldn't resist the suppression of the void creatures. Crack. More and more cracks appeared on the pillar of the law of water. We have to stop it even if we have to die. Tai Lai Yuan roared. He held 2 level 9 divine weapons in his hands. On the other hand, Monarch Zi Shu was extremely anxious. Hurry up. Seeing that the pillar of the law of fire was about to be formed, Emperor Purple Beard was very anxious. The pillar of the law of water was about to shatter. Once it was completely shattered, it would consume too much energy to rearrange it. The human race couldn't afford it. Buzz. With the combined efforts of Fang Chen and Emperor Purple Beard, the pillar of the law of fire was finally formed. You stay here. Emperor Purple Beard rushed to the first pillar of the law of water as he spoke. Then, he closed his eyes and formed a complicated seal with his hands. He started to repair the pillar of the law of water. Thank goodness. After repairing it for a while, Emperor Purple Beard heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the interior was not damaged. Otherwise, they would be in big trouble. After repairing the first pillar of laws, Emperor Purple Beard asked Tai Lai Yuan and the black-white heavenly lords to guard it together. Boom! At this moment, the ferocious formation shattered with a loud bang. 4 experts bathed in flames appeared before everyone's eyes. A shocking sight took place. A strong aura of death burst out from the 4 cultivators. Kill. The flames around Yuan Jiyu disappeared. He roared furiously and began to kill the void creatures. However, he was stopped by the human race's holy leader. All of you, go protect the law pillar. Yuan Gu's group of 4 glanced at each other before leaping up and arriving before the pillar of laws. The second pillar was guarded by Long Yang and the other 2. It was absolutely safe. The third pillar was personally guarded by Monarch Blackblade. Emperor Purplebeard was setting up the 5th pillar of laws. This law pillar relied on the laws of one of the top 10 great beings in the universe. Rich power of law emerged, and soon, the 5th law pillar was formed. I'll guard it, Yuan Jiyu said in a deep voice. He waved his hand, and a terrifying aura enveloped the law pillar. He then leaped up and landed on top of the law pillar. The 6th pillar was guarded by the spiritual tribe leader. The 7th pillar was guarded by the Luo tribe leader. When the 7 pillars were formed, Shimo's face finally turned gloomy. Retreat! Shimo roared, and the void creatures that were fighting immediately retreated. Soon, they retreated to the ferocious formation. Shimo's aura was strong. He stared at the 7 pillars and quickly thought of a way to deal with them. The human race has the advantage in numbers. If the battle continues, we won't be able to stop them from setting up the 9-9-1 array. Shimo thought to himself. His gaze landed on Monarch Purplebeard. The source of everything was Monarch Purplebeard. If he could kill Monarch Purplebeard, the human race would no longer be a threat. However, the human race's holy leader seemed to know what Shimo was thinking. He purposely stood in front of Monarch Purplebeard. Many of the human race's experts surrounded the law pillars to protect them. After setting up 7 consecutive law pillars, Monarch Purplebeard was a little tired. Under the protection of the human race's holy leader, he sat cross-legged and recovered his strength. The human race and the void creatures stopped fighting for a short while. The two parties faced each other in the Pterosaur Forbidden Land, and a war could break out at any time. Leader Shimo, what should we do? One of his subordinates asked. The human race has more experts than us. The longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. Yes, we have to think of a way to destroy the law pillars. Otherwise, we'll die. The void creatures seemed to have realized that the situation was not right, and they were trying to think of a way. In the blink of an eye, Shimo thought of a way. He took a step forward and floated in the air, staring at the human race's holy leader. The human race doesn't have the chance to set up the 9-9-1 array, Shimo said. Humph, the current situation isn't like that. The void creatures can't defend against the attack of the human race, the human race's holy leader sneered. He had guessed Shimo's thoughts and had been on his guard. Since you don't want to surrender, then wait for your death. Just as Shimo's voice fell, a wild bloody aura surged out from his palm. With my bloodline, summon. Shimo was summoning the void creatures, and the human race naturally wouldn't ignore it. Interrupt him. Led by the human race's holy leader, many experts attacked Shimo. Seeing that his actions had attracted a large number of human experts, a sinister smile appeared in Shimo's eyes. Boom. What Mo used his absolute strength to contend with many human powerhouses. At the same time, the void creatures attacked a law pillar with all their strength. Dong. A terrifying attack whistled through the air. Tai Laiyuan was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He was a blacksmith, and although his strength was much stronger than ordinary life and death experts, he was still far from being comparable to the 5 tycoons. Therefore, the void creatures targeted Tai Laiyuan. Boom. Tai Laiyuan's body was sent flying. Fortunately, he had 2 Class 9 divine weapons protecting him. Otherwise, he would have died without a doubt. Catcher. Without Tai Laiyuan's protection, the law pillar was fiercely attacked by the void creatures. Stop them. The human race's holy leader roared, and the other experts in front of the law pillar came to help. However, it was already too late. Catcher. The void creatures had been planning this for a long time, and their firepower was too fierce. Caught off guard, the human experts didn't have the time to stop them. A deafening sound resounded, and the law pillar instantly shattered. Boundless law power spread out. It shattered. Below, many life and death realm emperors turned pale. Despair appeared in their hearts. The law pillar was their last hope, and now, it had been shattered by the void creatures. Protect the other law pillars. The human race's holy leader's roar pulled everyone back from their despair. Immediately, everyone woke up and returned to the other law pillars, resisting with all their might. The void creatures, who had succeeded in their sneak attack, didn't continue fighting and quickly retreated. At the same time, Shimo also erupted with a boundless power, forcing everyone back. With a leap, he retreated to the front of his nest. Koala. The originally shattered malevolent array, under Shimo's control, once again spread out. All the void creatures entered the malevolent array, while Shimo hovered in the air, coldly looking at the humans. The law pillar shattered. What else can you humans do? Shimo mocked. Chapter 1638. While Tai Laiyuan was injured, Black-White Sky Lords also tried their best to resist, but to no avail. Their strength was on par with Tai Laiyuan's, so they couldn't resist at all. The first law pillar shattered, and the power of the water law spread out. All the human martial artists opened their eyes wide, unwilling to accept this outcome. Emperor Purple Beard. The Holy Master transmitted his voice to the latter. Emperor Purple Beard stood up and walked towards the first law pillar, starting to reform it again. Rumble. The human martial artists stared at the void creatures vigilantly. This matter concerned the survival of the human race, so they couldn't afford to be careless. Time passed bit by bit. The law pillar of water took shape once again. Seeing this, Shenmo ordered, wanting to destroy it. A battle was about to break out. All the human race ancient martial art practitioners were filled with the mentality of facing death with equanimity. They charged forward bravely, killing their way into the void creatures. The battle was extremely fierce, and human martial artists fell from time to time. Most of them were low-level life and death realm martial artists. However, their deaths were also very valuable. They successfully delayed the void creature's attack. The human martial artists who had fallen into despair were once again filled with hope. They fought with all their might, stopping the void creatures from invading. At the same time, in the Luo clan's sacred land, Luo Lioli came out of seclusion. Luo Lioli had always been the center of attention. Ever since Fang Chen found the flame dragon beard and rootless grass, her cultivation base rapidly improved. Moreover, her divine art 3000 Luo water also improved rapidly. At this moment, Luo Lioli came out of seclusion. A smile appeared on her face. After this period of cultivation, she had finally mastered the divine art 3000 Luo water. Although she hadn't cultivated it to the peak, it was enough for her to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 4 tycoons. Hey! Why are there so few people in the Luo clan's sacred land? Luo Lioli was puzzled, so she asked a random Luo clan disciple. After asking around, she found out that the void creatures were invading. Not good. Luo Lioli's expression changed, and she quickly left the Pterosaur sacred land. After repairing the first law pillar in the Pterosaur sacred land, many powerhouses on the universe powerhouse list guarded it together. The chaotic battle continued. However, this time, Shu Mo's gaze fell on Fang Chen. He transmitted his voice to the experts of the void creature lineage, asking them to attack the law pillar that Fang Chen was in. Fang Chen stood quietly in front of the pillar of the laws of fire, surrounded by dense undying flames. He looked around vigilantly. Although he wanted to kill the void creature, he knew that protecting the flame precepts was the most important thing. Attack Sanguinati's law pillar. Suddenly, a void creature roared. Immediately, all the other void creatures unleashed a majestic attack. These attacks gathered in the void and blasted towards Fang Chen. Not good, Sanguinati. Damn it. Yuan Jiyu and the others cursed inwardly. They wanted to attack, but there was nothing they could do. The human race holy leader panicked. He wanted to help, but he was held back by Shenmo. Everyone's eyes fell on Fang Chen. Feeling the terrifying power coming towards him, Fang Chen's expression was extremely solemn. The dark demonic will appeared in his palm. A hint of determination appeared in his eyes. Boss, let me help you. The little rat jumped out and stood on Fang Chen's shoulder. The innate ability of the heaven-devouring godly rat was instantly unleashed. The third talent ability, assimilation. A terrifying whirlpool appeared around Little Mouse's body, quickly absorbing the aggressive attacks. However, it was one step ahead of him. Fang Chen activated the dark demonic wheel. Rumble. The vast power was like the sign of dawn in the dark night. The dark aura pierced through the sky and tore the void, instantly wrapping these forces together. Kill. Fang Chen roared and activated the dark demonic wheel with all his strength. The terrifying dark aura constantly emerged. This is, everyone exclaimed. Fang Chen could actually unleash such tyrannical power. For a moment, even the powerhouses of the void creature lineage were shocked. Master, you can't activate it anymore. Otherwise, it will implicate your primordial spirit, the dark demonic wheel said anxiously. I can't stop. Fang Chen's attitude was very firm. No matter what, he had to protect this law pillar. The final victory would definitely be lost to the human race. Rumble. Most of the void creature's attacks were invaded by the dark aura. The remaining small portion was still resisting. Fang Chen's body was trembling. His eyes were scarlet. He could no longer hold on. An incomparable pain came from his primordial spirit. The hand holding the dark demonic wheel was loosening. "Master, quickly stop," the dark demonic wheel roared anxiously. However, the dark aura was still being released. Dong! At the critical moment, the golden heart beat rapidly. A clear stream appeared and instantly entered his mind, wrapping around his primordial spirit. At this time, Fang Chen felt a little better. Kill. Seeing that Fang Chen could not hold on any longer, the experts of the void creature lineage roared and charged towards Fang Chen. In the blink of an eye, they approached Fang Chen. As long as he was surrounded by the void creatures, Fang Chen would definitely die. He closed his eyes and used the last of his strength to activate the forbidden power in the dark demonic wheel. "Master, you can't. Once you activate the forbidden power, you will be turned into ashes." The artifact spirit was very anxious. "I have no other choice. Everything was for the human race." Fang Chen had no other choice. With a thought, the undying flame surged into the dark demonic wheel. The forbidden power was being activated. Scram! Just as Fang Chen was in despair, an extremely cold voice came from the sky. As soon as the voice fell, a terrifying stream of water instantly filled the sky. In the stream of water, water droplets appeared. These water droplets shot towards the void creatures near Fang Chen at lightning speed. Some of the void creatures closer to Fang Chen were caught off guard and their bodies were instantly pierced. This sudden scene caused the void creatures to retreat one after another. Seeing this, the Luo clan lord revealed a look of pleasant surprise. 3,000 Luo River, it's 3,000 Luo River. There was no need to guess. It was Luo Lioli. A beautiful figure appeared out of thin air. Her beautiful face was covered with a cold aura. "All of you will die." The divine technique 3,000 Luo River had boundless power. When cultivated to a certain extent, even the Luo clan lord would be wary. The battle strength that Luo Lioli erupted with was quite shocking. Luo clan saintess. Yuan Jiyu and the rest exclaimed. Seeing that Fang Chen was injured, Luo Lioli was furious. The furious Luo Lioli used the divine technique 3,000 Luo River. Void creatures below the high level of life and death realm couldn't resist this attack. Void creatures were pierced by the water droplets one after another. The power of 3,000 Luo River was undoubtedly displayed at this moment. Mother. Fang Chen felt dizzy. Seeing his mother appear, he immediately put away the dark demonic wheel. Fortunately, he didn't activate the forbidden power. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to see his mother again. "Master, forcefully activating the dark demonic wheel will injure your Yuan spirit. You need to rest well," the artifact spirit reminded. Fang Chen nodded, revealing a smile on his face. Fang Chen felt warmth in his heart when he saw how his mother had killed the void creature out of anger for him. Luo Lioli was too powerful. The void creatures were beaten back little by little. Soon, the void creatures retreated into the sinister array. "Who are you?" The battle between Shimo and the human Saint Lord came to an abrupt end. He stared at Luo Lioli and said in a deep voice. Luo Lioli was very domineering. She glanced coldly at Shimo and walked to Fang Chen's side. Only when she saw Fang Chen would she restrain her domineering aura. "How are you?" Luo Lioli asked worriedly. "I'm fine. It's just some superficial wounds." Fang Chen forced a smile. 88. Oh, you're still saying you're fine? Forcefully activating a power that doesn't belong to you has already injured your Yuan spirit. Luo Lioli said, "But don't worry, I'll take revenge for you." The human martial artists looked at each other in dismay. They didn't know why Luo Lioli was so nice to Fang Chen. "Lioli, you came at the right time." The Luo clan lord laughed and said, "You guard the first law pillar." Luo Lioli's 3,000 Luo River was a water divine technique. Letting her guard the law pillar was the best choice. She might even have an unexpected effect. Luo Lioli glanced indifferently at Shimo and walked to the law pillar. Chapter 1639. Luo Liuli's arrival was undoubtedly a boost to the human race's morale. The human race's morale soared. With Luo Liuli guarding the first law pillar, there was no chance of anything happening. Fang Chen, Tai Laiyuan, and the black and white sovereigns guarding the fourth law pillar had also greatly increased their defense. The human race's advantage was slowly shifting to their side. Now, it was Shimo's turn to panic. However, the human race's sacred lord was blocking Shimo, so he couldn't do anything. He could only order the void creatures to destroy the law pillars as much as possible. Under everyone's protection, Emperor Purplebeard started to set up the 8th law pillar. An hour later, the 8th law pillar was set up. Next, he started to set up the 9th law pillar. This was the last law pillar, and also the most important one. I can't let them succeed. Otherwise, it'll all be for naught. Shimo's eyes were scarlet red. He was completely panicking. He glanced at the human race's sacred lord blocking him, and his heart sank. He no longer hid his aura. I said that after today, the human race will be completely annihilated. Shimo's aura far surpassed the limits of the life and death realm, approaching the eternal realm. Half-step eternal realm. Seeing this, the human race's sacred lord's expression changed. Shimo had actually been hiding his strength before. Now that he had unleashed it, even the human race couldn't resist. Die. Shimo grabbed with his hand, and a mountain in the distance was uprooted from the ground and held in his palm. Following his roar, the huge mountain smashed down on the human race's sacred lord. Crack! The human race's sacred lord punched out, shattering the mountain. The entire pterosaur forbidden land turned into ruins. The land here also sank under the powerful attack. Not long later, the pterosaur forbidden land was flooded by the void ocean. However, the human race couldn't care less. The human race's sacred lord tried his best, but he was still suppressed by Shimo. What are you going to use to fight me? Shimo sneered and kicked, sending the human race's sacred lord flying. The latter staggered a few times before stabilizing himself. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The human race's sacred lord had always been the strongest martial artist in everyone's eyes. But now, the human race's sacred lord was injured. The void creatures are too strong. Everyone's faces twitched. If even the human clan's saint leader could not block Watemo's attack, then who in the lower worlds could? Pucha, the human clan's saint lords were continuously suppressed by Shu Mo and were heavily injured. Watemo's strength is too strong. The Holy Master is already injured. There's no way he can resist. Fang Chen was a little anxious. His eyes flickered, and after a long time, he made an important decision. He took a step forward and arrived at the battlefield under the gazes of the crowd. Sacred Master, let me help you. Fang Chen used the space-time book and the heavenly imperial sword technique. He didn't expect to be able to attack Shimo, as long as he could make Shimo clone. Die. Seeing this, Shun Mo punched out. A hole instantly appeared in the void, which was enough to show how strong Homo was. However, Fang Chen's space-related true intent also made everyone's eyes light up. Even the four magnates were unable to capture the faintly discernible silhouette. Only at this moment did Yuan Jiyu come to a sudden realization. He can change the flow of time around him. Yuan Jiyu opened his eyes wide and stared straight at Fang Chen. The space-time true intent. It's actually the space-time true intent. The true intent of a peerless true intent was already shocking enough. They didn't expect Fang Chen to have comprehended the peak true intent of a peerless true intent. No wonder. The other magnates nodded one after another, their hearts trembling. However, now wasn't the time to discuss the true intent of a peerless true intent. They were nervously watching the battle. Swoosh. Fang Chen appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Even Shimo couldn't really attack him. On the contrary, he was stabbed several times by Fang Chen's hidden star sword, but he didn't suffer any substantial damage. Damn it. It was originally a one-sided suppression, but because of Fang Chen's appearance, the battle situation changed. The human clan's Saint Lord used the time when Shimo was dealing with Fang Chen to successfully seize the upper hand. Shimo was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Sanguinati, you're courting death. Shimo was furious. A beautiful flame flower appeared in his palm. Then, without thinking, he threw it into the sky. Hiss! As soon as the flame flower appeared in the sky, it spontaneously combusted, instantly burning the void. Fang Chen's figure was forced out. What a terrifying flame! Even though he had the undying flame, he could feel the terror of the flame. Fang Chen desperately dodged. Seeing this, Shimo stretched out his hand, wanting to kill Fang Chen. Your opponent is me. The human clan's Saint Lord roared. A tyrannical attack whistled through the air. However, Shimo would rather take the attack of the human clan's Saint Lord to kill Sanguinati. Bang! Shimo's body was hit by the human clan's Saint Lord, but it wasn't a big deal. He continued to charge towards Sanguinati and was about to touch him. Luo Lioli was shocked. She used the 3000 Luo water. Countless water droplets in the void shot towards Shimo. However, it was already too late. No! Luo Lioli screamed miserably. Whoosh! The void was torn apart, and a laser beam whistled through the air. Dong! Then, the laser beam fiercely bombarded Shimo's body, sending him flying. Rumble! A terrifying aura spread out. When the laser beam dissipated, everyone discovered that it was a hammer. The hammer emitted a terrifying aura that intimidated its owner. Upon seeing the hammer, the eyes of the 5 authorities were filled with excitement. Realm Lord Fu Mo had arrived. Whoosh! The void was torn apart, and an old man walked out. How dare you touch a disciple of the Fu Mo realm? Do you want to die? Realm Lord Fu Mo was overbearing. He came to Fang Chen's side, holding the hammer in one hand and supporting Fang Chen with the other. His eyes were full of killing intent as he stared at Shimo. Who are you? Why do you have a supreme treasure of the God world? Shimo's expression changed drastically as he asked in a deep voice. Realm Lord Fu Mo asked Fang Chen to step back. He took a step forward and stood in front of Shimo. After so many years, even I almost forgot who I am. Realm Lord Fu Mo said slowly. His tone was somewhat bitter. Every time I was about to forget myself, this hammer would remind me not to forget. Realm Lord. Monarch Purplebeard, Long Yang, and the others cupped their fists. The 5 leaders widened their eyes in disbelief. What kind of power was the Fu Mo realm? Was it created by this old man? The 5 leaders had already seen how powerful Realm Lord Fu Mo was when they fought Xue Mao. They didn't expect that such a terrifying power had been hidden in the lower realm for countless years. Even Monarch Purplebeard, Long Yang, and the others were disciples of the Fu Mo realm. Most importantly, Sanguinati was also a disciple of the Fu Mo realm. Everyone was completely numb. Back then, my purpose of establishing the Fu Mo realm was to kill all demons and devils. Realm Lord Fu Mo's voice became heavy. Now, it's time for the Fu Mo realm to come out. For a long time, the Fu Mo realm was unknown. But now, the Realm Lord Fu Mo had revealed its secret. There were 2 reasons for this. The first was that he wanted to kill demons and devils. The second was that there was a void creature powerhouse among the people who had plotted against him back then. Therefore, to him, Xu Mo and the others before him were also considered his enemies. He would never forget who had caused him so much pain for countless years. Who had caused him to become like this? Dong! A deafening sound of thunder came from the hammer, and its aura rose to the peak. Fellow cultivator, how about we work together? The human race's holy master asked. Realm Lord Fu Mo nodded. In fact, he was injured and couldn't defeat Xu Mo alone. CCC Pavilion C. If it wasn't for the hammer's help, he wouldn't be able to scare Xu Mo at all. With the help of the human race's holy master, his chances of winning were much higher. Xu Mo suddenly stood up. His eyes were scarlet, and he was in a frenzy. Without an eternal realm powerhouse, everything is nothing. Today, I'll show you the power of the void race. Below them, all of the void creatures burst forth with a dazzling aura. They were ready to die and were willing to fight with leader Xu Mo. Chapter 1640. In order to win, Xu Mo did not care about anything else. Even he did not expect that there would be so many experts in the lower world that he could easily conquer. Thinking of this, he could not help but curse Bloodfiend Monarch and Heaven Primordial Ruler. If it were not for the fact that the information they provided was wrong, things would not have turned out this way. He vaguely remembered what the experts of the void creatures said when they sent him to the lower world. If he could not conquer the lower world, there was no need for him to come back. These words appeared in Shumo's mind. Then, his gaze turned ice-cold. Kill. Shimo roared as he burned his own blood essence to cast a forbidden technique of the void creature lineage. A powerful force wreaked havoc in the void. The Holy Lord of the human race and Realm Lord Fu Mo joined forces and trapped Shumo in the middle. The hammer, a supreme treasure of the God Realm, smashed into Shumo's body with a loud bang. At the same time, thousands of void creatures rushed toward the law pillar. Some of the weaker void creatures knew that they would not survive, so they self-destructed. In this way, the human race suffered a lot of casualties in a short period of time. Damn it! The higher-ups of the human race were focused on guarding the law pillar. They could not participate in the battle. Some of the weaker warriors were unable to withstand the void creatures' reckless attacks. The battle continued on. Monarch Purplebeard was condensing the 9th law pillar. The most important part of the 9-9-1 array was the 9th law pillar. Therefore, he could not condense it successfully. In the blink of an eye, the battle lasted for more than half a month. The pterosaur desolate land had sunk into the void ocean. The battle here was murky and dark. Even the void was pierced through. The power of the battle spread to the nearby islands. Some islands were directly pierced by the strong power. Half a month later, the experts of Silver Moon Island finally arrived under the lead of Saintus by Ching. They joined the battle and caused a lot of casualties to the void creatures. After Silver Moon Island, it was the life and death realm experts of the Saint Village. Although there were only a dozen of them, they joined the battle resolutely. For the honor of the Saint Village, the villagers of the Saint Village roared. They fought with all their might. The entire battlefield had become extremely chaotic. Realm Lord Fu Mo had forced himself to activate the supreme treasure of the divine world, and he was already a little weak. The human Holy Lord was also being suppressed by Shen Mo, who had the complete upper hand in the battle. Bang! Shu Mo sent the human race's Holy Master flying with a punch. Then, in a flash, he shot towards Emperor Purplebeard. Be careful! Everyone roared and condensed the Pillar of Laws. At the most crucial moment, Monarch Purplebeard could not care less. The nearby human race cultivators all rushed over to help. However, it was to no avail. Wat Mo's attack power was too strong, there was no way to block it. Just like that, Shu Mo came to the side of Emperor Zishu and smirked sinisterly as he threw out a punch. Bang! Wat Mo's fist didn't land on Emperor Purplebeard. Instead, it landed on Fang Chen, who had appeared out of nowhere. The sword-shaped rune instantly dissipated. Fang Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. He used his body to block Shu Mo's attack, but he was also seriously injured. At the critical moment, Fang Chen once again took out the dark demonic wheel. Rumble. He forcefully activated the forbidden power of the dark demonic wheel. A terrifying power instantly exploded from the dark demonic wheel. Then, it engulfed the entire sky, enveloping Shu Mo within it. Die! Seeing this, Shu Mo sneered and threw out a punch. However, it was out of his expectations. The dark aura that shrouded Shu Mo's body actually blocked his attack. At this moment, Shu Mo finally felt that something was wrong. Damn it! Shu Mo roared and attacked the dark aura with all his might. Seeing this, the human race's Holy Lord and Realm Lord Fu Mo also attacked with all their might. No! Shu Mo fell into a frenzy. He burned his blood essence and unleashed an unimaginable power. After activating the dark demonic wheel, Fang Chen directly fell into a coma. After releasing the forbidden power, the dark demonic wheel also fell beside Fang Chen. Hold on for a while longer. Monarch Purplebeard could only watch as his junior brother fainted under his feet. There was nothing he could do. He muttered to himself and quickly formed a seal with his palms. Just a little more time and he would be able to condense the 9th Pillar of Laws. Once the 9-9-1 array was formed, the void creatures would all be annihilated. Fang Chen. Luo Lioli and Bai Qingqing roared at the same time and rushed to Fang Chen's side. Without Luo Lioli's protection, the first pillar of laws became empty and the void creatures attacked crazily. However, at this moment, the power of heaven and earth descended and the last pillar of laws was formed. Crash. The 9 pillars of laws reflected each other. The 9 types of power of laws floated in the sky and attracted the power of heaven and earth to descend. Ha ha ha, it's a success. Monarch Purplebeard yelled wildly. His face was filled with madness. At the same time, the experts guarding the pillars of laws also rushed into the battlefield and started a massacre. The 9-9-1 array was already set up. The pillars of laws were indestructible and did not need to be guarded anymore. The 4 giants joined forces to attack Shumo. Shumo was attacked by the dark aura and was severely injured. Coupled with the encirclement of many human experts, he was defeated. Rumble. When the 9-9-1 array was activated, the 9 types of power of laws merged together and formed a destructive aura that spread out. Wherever the apocalyptic aura passed, the void creatures let out miserable cries as they all perished. No, I can't accept this. He had planned for a long time, but in the end, he ended up like this. He was very unwilling. Retreat. The human race holy leader roared. Many human experts retreated from the 9-9-1 array. Monarch Purplebeard activated the 9-9-1 array with all his might and the power of heaven and earth descended. The destructive aura became stronger and stronger. It swept across the ground like a carpet. None of the void creatures survived. In just a few breaths, all the void creatures died. Only Shumo was left. His face was filled with disappointment. He looked around and seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. Looking at the terrifying aura of destruction approaching, he roared at the sky unwillingly. The destructive aura swept over him. Crack. Shumo died. At this point, all the void creatures that invaded the lower world had died. We won. No one knew who shouted, but all the human race martialists immediately cheered. They had finally won. This battle had lasted for such a long time that the martial artists were all tired. They were physically and mentally exhausted. If not for Luo Lioli's appearance and Fang Chen's intervention at the crucial moment, the result would have been unpredictable. Below, all the martial artists were cheering. The 9-9-1 array did not disperse as they were afraid that Shumo would come back to life. Only Luo Lioli and Bai Qingqing stayed by Fang Chen's side. The 5 leaders and Realm Lord Fu Mo stood side by side above the 9-9-1 array and looked down at the situation inside. Whoosh! They heaved a sigh of relief. The battle was finally over. Brother, thank you so much. The human race holy leader cupped his fists and thanked him. Realm Lord Fu Mo shook his head and did not say anything. The Black Blade Monarch was elated. That damned void creature has finally been exterminated. The crisis of the human race has finally been resolved. Yes. Although there were many twists and turns in the process, the final victory still belongs to the human race. Yuan Jiyu nodded. After this battle, they were all tired. The news of the victory spread in the lower world. This victory belonged to all the warriors in the lower world. Every corner of the lower world was cheering. The invasion of the void creatures was much more terrifying than the Crimson Eye, the Sea Demon race, and the other races. Heaven and earth changed color. Ordinary martial artists had already sunk into despair. But in the end, they still succeeded. The power of the 9-9-1 array was beyond everyone's imagination. After sweeping through more than 10 times, Monarch Purplebeard removed the 9-9-1 array after making sure that no one had escaped. This area of the void had been torn apart, and the space was extremely unstable. The leaders of the human race worked together to stabilize this part of the void. The battle finally ended. The human race entered an era of peace. Chapter 1641. After this battle, many hidden powers surfaced. Demon Subduing World, Silver Moon Island, Saint Village, etc. The most eye-catching one was Demon Subduing World. This was because Demon Subduing World's power was beyond everyone's imagination. Emperor Purplebeard, Long Yang, and the other top 10 on the universe's combat power ranking were all top-notch figures in the lower realm. However, these powerful figures were all disciples of Demon Subduing World. After Demon Subduing World was made public, The human race's Saint Lord personally talked to demon-subduing world for a long time. In the end, the human race's Saint Lord announced that demon-subduing world would be the fifth sacred land of the human race. For countless years, the human race had only had 4 sacred lands. The human race's sacred land was the most sacred. The other 3 sacred lands were called sacred lands because they were too powerful. After the 3 godly races, no other sacred land had appeared. And now, the Saint Lord had named demon-subduing world the 5th sacred land. What did this mean? This meant that demon-subduing world would be on equal footing with the other 4 sacred lands in the future. The lower realm was in an uproar. However, it didn't mean much to demon-subduing world. After the battle, the upper echelons of the human race gathered at Green Bamboo Island to help Fang Chen heal. What do you think? Green Bamboo Island, Island Lord's residence. The human race's Saint Lord checked Fang Chen's injuries and asked. Yuan Jiyu was the first to speak. His primordial spirit is severely injured. It's too difficult for him to fully recover. The most important thing now is to find a way to wake him up. The Luo clan leader was more worried about Fang Chen. After all, Fang Chen was half a member of the Luo clan. The human race's Saint Lord sighed. Even with the 5 of us combined, we still can't wake him up. Fang Chen lay unconscious on the bed. Luo Lioli looked at her son quietly. 2 women stood behind Luo Lioli. One was Princess Xin in a light yellow dress, and the other was Bai Qingqing. After a long while, the 5 leaders sighed and shook their heads. They couldn't do anything about Fang Chen's injuries. In the end, they decided to leave it to fate. After hearing this news, Bai Qingqing and Princess Xin's faces were full of tears. However, Luo Lioli didn't cry. She was very strong. She was sure that her son would wake up. Chen, I knew you would wake up. I will always be waiting for you, Luo Lioli said softly. After that battle, Tai Laiyuan was a little tired. Green Bamboo Island is a good place. I will live in seclusion on Green Bamboo Island in the future. Tai Laiyuan muttered to himself. Then, with a flash, he left the island master's mansion. After that, Tai Laiyuan lived in seclusion on Green Bamboo Island. The Black-White Empireans couldn't bear to see their disciples get tired, so they also temporarily stayed on Green Bamboo Island. The people of Silver Moon Island were arranged to live in a new city. They even changed the name of the city to Silver Moon City. The entire Green Bamboo Island was overcrowded. All the martial artists had some sort of friendship with Fang Chen. They didn't want to see the hero who fought against the void creatures fall just like that. After Saber 3 and Liu Xiong heard the news, they were speechless for a long time. Master will definitely wake up. Tian Xin clenched his fists and said in a low voice. In a certain palace in the chaos void. Bunga deafening sound rang out. The huge void creature stood up angrily. He was the void creature powerhouse who had captured Bloodfiend Monarch and Chen Yuan ruler. You can't even rule over a mere lower realm. A bunch of trash. He sensed that the void creatures he sent to the lower realm were all annihilated. To him, the loss was too great. Damn it, could there be several eternal realm powerhouses in the lower realm? The void creature said in a low voice. After thinking for a moment, the void creature collected his thoughts. For the time being, he gave up on the idea of invading the lower realm. Time passed in the blink of an eye. A year's time passed in the blink of an eye. After the war, under the leadership of the human race's sacred land, the lower realm began to regain its prosperity. After a year of development, the lower realm once again regained the prosperity it had before the war, and even surpassed it by a lot. People also gradually forgot the pain brought about by the war. On Green Bamboo Island, there was also a burst of laughter. A year's time had changed a lot. Saber 3 had accumulated a lot and stepped into the 9th level of the life and death realm. Just as he stepped into the 9th level, he entered the top 20 of the universe combat power list. He was very confident that it would not take long for him to enter the top 10. The stronger his cultivation base, the more powerful the Golden Shield cultivation system became. Under Saber 3's stimulation, Liu Xiong's strength also underwent a tremendous change. Although he was not as crazy as Saber 3, He had also stepped into the advanced level of the life and death realm. Apart from the two of them, Tian Xin's improvement was also very fast. He had already stepped into the creation realm. He went on expeditions everywhere, walking in the places his master had walked before, and fighting the opponents his master had fought before. Tian Xin even said that he would replace his master to deal with those opponents of the past. Gradually, Tian Xin also made a name for himself in the various archipelagos. As for Monarch Purplebeard, he was also very satisfied with his two disciples. On Green Bamboo Island, Nile and Qiu Xin were also very famous. In short, the development of the entire Green Bamboo Island was very prosperous. Bai Qingqing and Princess Xin would look at Fang Chen from time to time. However, a year had passed, and the latter still did not improve. Luo Liuli had always been guarding by his side. During this year, the 5 great leaders did not idle around either. They personally invited a 9-star alchemy master to refine a life-prolonging pill for Fang Chen. On this day, the human race's Holy Lord came. Holy Lord. Luo Liuli hurriedly stood up when she saw the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to do so, and then asked, "How is it?" Luo Liuli shook her head and said, "He has been unconscious, and his primordial spirit is gradually dispersing." At this point, Luo Liuli could not bear to continue speaking. If his primordial spirit was gradually dispersing, it would not be long before Fang Chen completely died. As a mother, watching her child die without being able to do anything, this feeling was too painful. This is the result of our year's work, the 9 Dragons Life-Prolonging Pill. The Holy Lord handed the black pill to Luo Liuli. The 9 Dragons Life-Prolonging Pill was currently the most powerful healing pill in the lower realm. It was said that it could revive the dead. Luo Liuli's eyes lit up when she saw the 9 Dragons Life-Prolonging Pill. "Thank you, Holy Lord." She took the 9 Dragons Life-Prolonging Pill and quickly put it into Fang Chen's mouth. The pill gradually entered Fang Chen's stomach, and then it was cut open, and the medicinal effect instantly spread throughout his body. Luo Liuli was overjoyed. The 9 Dragons Life-Prolonging Pill was effective. Fang Chen's complexion clearly improved, and the speed at which his primordial spirit was dispersing had decreased a lot. It really is effective. The human race's Holy Lord was stunned for a moment, and then he was overjoyed. Luo Liuli was very excited. As long as it could delay the dispersing of her son's primordial spirit, there would be a way. "I will think of another way." The human race's Holy Lord turned and left. Even a 9-star alchemy master would have to expend a lot of effort to refine such a heaven-defying pill. They could only barely refine 1 pill in a year. It was almost impossible to refine more than 1. Demon subduing realm. Long Yang found the Realm Lord. "Realm Lord, is there nothing you can do about junior martial brother Fang's injuries?" asked Long Yang. He knew that the Realm Lord was very resourceful and would definitely have a way. Realm Lord Demon Subduing Realm shook his head with his hands behind his back. "His injuries are too severe, and his primordial spirit is dispersing. I'm afraid." Realm Lord Demon Subduing Realm didn't finish his sentence, but Long Yang knew what he meant. "Is there no other way?" Long Yang was unwilling to give up. Realm Lord Demon Subduing Realm shook his head. If they were in the God realm, there would be many ways. Unfortunately, they were in the lower world, and there was nothing. How could they save Fang Chen? If there was a way, he wouldn't have done nothing in the past year. "I thought I saw hope. Sigh, I thought too much." Realm Lord Demon Subduing Realm laughed self-deprecatingly, then disappeared from Long Yang's sight. The Yuan race's sacred ground. Without any warning, the primordial demon sword emitted a shocking aura. Then it turned into a streak of light and disappeared from the Yuan race's sacred ground. The primordial demon sword's action shocked the Yuan race. Yuan Jiu rushed over immediately, but the primordial demon sword had already disappeared. "Where is it?" Yuan Jiu asked in a low voice. Outside the Yuan race's sacred ground, in the boundless void. A stream of light, carrying an extremely terrifying sword chi, streaked across the sky and shot towards Green Bamboo Island. Chapter 1643. After a year, hope reignited in everyone's hearts. They could clearly feel that Fang Chen's vitality was slowly recovering. Floating in mid-air, the golden heart in Fang Chen's body had completely awakened. After absorbing the power of the sword embryo, it became even more powerful. With its operation, Fang Chen was forcefully pulled back from the gates of hell. After a while, the golden heart had completely stabilized Fang Chen's injuries. At this moment, Fang Chen's body fell from mid-air. Seeing this, Luo Liuli took a step forward and hugged her son. Splash! The 6 leaders, Tai Laiyuan, Emperor Zishu, and the others all came to the island master's residence. How is it? Everyone was most concerned about Fang Chen's physical condition. After the human race's holy leader and the others checked on him, they all had bright smiles on their faces. Fang Chen's injuries have completely stabilized. His primordial spirit is also gradually recovering, the human race's holy leader announced. The entire Green Bamboo Island was filled with cheers. That's great. Luo Liuli hugged her son and cried tears of joy. After waiting for a year, no one knew how broken her heart had been. She had once been in despair, but she had never given up. Now, she finally saw hope. Chen, I knew that you would be fine, Luo Liuli cried. In the courtyard, everyone looked at each other and smiled. Although Fang Chen's injuries have stabilized, he still needs to recuperate, the human race's holy leader said. Everyone, disperse. Let Fang Chen recuperate. Hearing this, everyone nodded and dispersed after a while. In the end, the human race's holy leader and the others also left. Only Luo Liuli was left behind to take care of Fang Chen. Bai Qingqing and Princess Xin looked at each other, then looked at Fang Chen affectionately and turned to leave. Yuan Jiyu came to the square of the island master's residence and stared at the demon origin sword that was stabbed into the ground. After a long while, he turned and left expressionlessly. The news that Fang Chen's injuries were getting better instantly spread throughout the lower world. The cheers for the heroes of the human race were very loud, and the whole world celebrated. During this long wait, Fang Chen did not disappoint. His injuries were getting better day by day. This state lasted for about half a year before Fang Chen finally opened his eyes. A year and a half had passed since the end of the war. Chen, you're awake. Seeing Fang Chen open his eyes, Luo Liuli was very excited. Mother, where am I? As soon as he woke up, Fang Chen felt uncomfortable all over. He was not used to it. His memory was still stuck at the last moment when he forcefully activated the dark demonic wheel to deal with Watmo. Chen, during the final battle, you fell into a coma. This coma lasted for a year and a half. Luo Liuli told Fang Chen about what happened after he fell into a coma. Whenever she talked about her sadness, she would cry. After Fang Chen heard this, he was also quite surprised. He could feel that the golden heart was beating especially fast. What power, said Fang Chen inwardly. He could sense a familiar power within the golden heart, but he couldn't remember what it was. Mother, since you said my Yuan spirit was damaged and was gradually dissipating, how could the life-extinguishing dragon pill not be able to save me? If even the 9 dragons life-extending pill was unable to save me, then how did I survive? Luo Liuli slowly said. Do you remember the Yuan race's origin demon sword? Fang Chen nodded. Of course he remembered. He had obtained the demon sword on Heavenspan Island, but he hadn't expected it to be the Yuan race's totemic treasure, the origin demon sword. One day, a year after you fell into a coma, the origin demon sword vibrated and broke through the void from the Yuan race to Green Bamboo Island. It then used its own power to try and awaken you, but it failed, said Luo Liuli. At the last moment, it forcefully disintegrated its own sword core to save you. Hearing Luo Liuli's words, Fang Chen instantly understood. The familiar power within the golden heart was actually the origin demon sword's sword core. In order to save me, it disintegrated its own sword core. Fang Chen knew exactly what a sword core meant to the origin demon sword. Where's the origin demon sword? Fang Chen abruptly crawled up from the bed and hurriedly asked. The origin demon sword had sacrificed its sword core to save him. He would never forget this kindness. Chen, you just woke up. You need to rest, said Luo Liuli worriedly. Mother, I'm fine now. Tell me where the origin demon sword is, said Fang Chen. Luo Lioli told Fang Chen where the origin demon sword was, and he rushed over. At the same time, news of Fang Chen waking up spread throughout Green Bamboo Island, and even the 5 sacred lands. The 6 titans were very happy to hear this. As for Green Bamboo Island, everyone was celebrating. Tai Lai Yuan, Sovereign Purplebeard, the Black-White Heavenly Sovereigns, Bai Qingqing, Princess Xin, and the others all came to the Island Master's residence. But what they saw was Fang Chen standing alone in the plaza, staring at the origin demon sword. Great. It's good that you're awake. Everyone was overjoyed. In the plaza, Fang Chen's face was full of helplessness. His heart was pained. Looking at the silent demon origin sword, Fang Chen walked step by step to the side of the sword. He raised his hand and gently stroked the hilt of the Yuan demon sword. Back then, at the Severed Head Cliff on Ingress Island, I tried to communicate with you for the first time. At that time, I thought you were a peerless divine weapon of a very high grade. But who knew that you were the Yuan clan's origin demon sword? I joined the Old East Sword sect and helped you retrieve the sword core. You also recovered your memories and returned to the Yuan clan. At this point, Fang Chen paused for a moment. To you, the sword core is like a warrior's heart. When I was in danger, you didn't hesitate to break it apart and save me. I, Fang Chen, will never forget this kindness. Now, I just want you to wake up. Fang Chen rubbed the hilt. Hum. A loud and clear sword chime resounded through the sky. Then, the silent origin demon sword trembled and emitted a wild aura of sword energy. Whoosh. A crystal ball appeared on the blade of the Yuan demon sword. As soon as it appeared, it was absorbed by the sword. This is. Fang Chen was puzzled. What was this crystal ball? However, the original demon sword answered his question. This is a memory crystal ball. I prepared it when I broke the sword core. I was afraid that once it was broken apart, my memories would disappear again. A hoarse voice came from the sword. It was full of bitterness. Fang Chen was startled when he heard this. He immediately shut his eyes in pain. The sword core isn't that important to me. I am the origin demon sword. Even without the sword core, I am still the same. The sword sensed Fang Chen's emotions and comforted him. You don't need to blame yourself. I said I owed you a favor. My origin demon sword is a relic, but I keep my promises. The origin demon sword absorbed the memory crystal ball and recovered its memories. However, it was still weak and couldn't leave Green Bamboo Island. I will never forget this kindness, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Don't think too much. Just send me back to the Yuan clan, the sword said. Fang Chen nodded. His hand gripped the hilt of the pure demon sword. With a gentle tug, he pulled the sword out. The origin demon sword was no longer as sharp as it used to be. However, it still gave off a dignified aura. The sacred land of the Yuan clan. Yuan Jiyu was in a bad mood. Emperor Blackblade forced Yuan Jiyu to play chess to ease his mood. Brother Yuan Jiyu, you don't have to do this. The origin demon sword is the totem of the Yuan clan. You should support its decision, Emperor Blackblade said with a smile. Yuan Jiyu shook his head and sighed. I know, but, just as Yuan Jiyu was speaking, his expression suddenly changed drastically. Immediately, he leaped to his feet. Whoosh. He didn't even have time to say anything before Yuan Jiyu disappeared. At this moment, Fang Chen was walking toward the sacred land of the Yuan clan with the origin demon sword in his hand. Fang Chen. Yuan Jiyu appeared out of thin air. The origin demon sword asked me to send it back to the clan, Fang Chen said. Yuan Jiyu looked at Fang Chen with a complicated expression and finally nodded. He led Fang Chen to the forbidden area in the back mountain. Old friend, take care of yourself. I will come to see you often, Fang Chen said in a low voice as he placed the origin demon sword in the forbidden area. Don't worry. I will definitely condense another sword embryo in a few years, the origin demon sword said. After leaving the forbidden area, Fang Chen cupped his fists at Yuan Jiyu. Sorry. Yuan Jiyu shook his head and didn't say anything. That was the origin demon sword's intention. Yuan Jiyu had no right to stop it. They returned to Green Bamboo Island and the island lord's residence. Fang Chen saw his mother, Luo Lioli, talking happily with two beautiful women. From time to time, there would be bell-like laughter. They were very happy. Taking a closer look, he realized that one of the two women was Bai Qingqing and the other was Princess Xin. Seeing the two women, Fang Chen felt a little helpless. He quietly turned around and prepared to leave. However, Luo Lioli discovered him. "Chen, what are you doing?" With that, Luo Lioli called Fang Chen to the garden. "In the year and a half you were unconscious, these two women took care of you a lot." Luo Lioli was very satisfied with the two women. She felt like a mother-in-law looking at her daughter-in-law. Fang Chen was a little embarrassed. "Mother. Chen, you're not young anymore. It's time for you to start a family. I think these two women are pretty good. Choose one. Otherwise, you can marry both of them," Luo Lioli said with a smile. People who cultivated martial arts didn't care about trifles. In Luo Lioli's view, this kind of thing was considered normal. It was fine as long as the two women didn't have any objections. "Mother, I was already married when I was on the ancient sword continent," said Fang Chen. "What? You're already married? Why didn't you bring them to me?" asked Luo Lioli hastily. Thinking of Star and Moon, Fang Chen's expression became a bit helpless. He sighed. "She went to a very distant place. I can't see her for now." With that, Fang Chen quickened his steps and left the garden. Chapter 1644. The war ended and the void creatures were completely annihilated. The lower realm regained its peace and the human race became the absolute ruler of the lower realm. As for Fang Chen, he was also thinking about his future. After this battle, his strength had become even more tyrannical. Although his cultivation had not improved, he could improve at any time if he wanted to. The human race Holy Master sent someone to deliver a space ring. What's inside? Fang Chen was curious about what was inside. However, when he opened the space ring, he was completely stunned. Inside the huge spatial ring, there were only 8 fruits. Moon Dragon Sky Fruit. Seeing the 8 fruits lying quietly, Fang Chen was very excited. Among the 3 fruits, only 1 Sword Origin fruit and 1 Peach of Immortality fruit was needed. Only the Moon Dragon Sky Fruit needed 8. Fang Chen also did not expect that the human race's Holy Lord would actually deliver the Moon Dragon Sky Fruit. Including the previous one, there were 9 in total. After thinking for a while, Fang Chen gave the 8 Moon Dragon Sky Fruits to the old faker. Then, he quietly left Green Bamboo Island and went to the human race's sacred land. "Holy Master, thank you for the Moon Dragon Sky Fruit." Fang Chen cupped his hands and thanked him in the sacred hall. The quasi-divine tree on Green Bamboo Island is injured and needs 3 fruits. These Moon Dragon Sky Fruits were found in Shu Mo's Sumeru ring. "I hope they can help you," the human race Holy Master said with a smile. Now, he was full of expectations for Fang Chen. Perhaps Fang Chen could reach the level of the bone progenitor. Fang Chen's position in the human race was extraordinary. As the Green Bamboo Island Lord, his words were very authoritative and even more powerful than some elders in the human race's sacred land. Fang Chen nodded and finally understood. It turned out that the Moon Dragon Sky Fruit came from Shu Mo's Sumeru ring. As a void creature, it was nothing much for Shu Mo to obtain the Moon Dragon Sky Fruit in the chaotic void. However, he still lacked the last fruit. Fang Chen hesitated for a while and finally spoke. "Holy Master, have you heard of the Peach of Immortality fruit?" Fang Chen asked. The human race Holy Master thought for a while and said, "The Peach of Immortality fruit did appear in the lower realm, but that was a long time ago." Hearing this, Fang Chen was a little excited. After all, it was better than not appearing at all. Where did the Peach of Immortality fruit appear? Fang Chen asked hurriedly. When the Immortality Peaches appeared, I was only in the Heaven Star border realm, so I'm not too sure about the details. However, I vaguely heard that the Peaches of Immortality appear at the edge of the heavens. Edge of the edge. He looked at the human race's Holy Lord in confusion. The latter explained, the so-called edge of the sky is relative to some people. To be more precise, the edge of the sky is only open to certain people. The human race Holy Master continued, as everyone knows, those from the lower realm who want to ascend to the divine world must go through the gate of the divine world. Otherwise, it is impossible to enter the divine world with one's own efforts. The gate of the divine world is at the edge of the sky, the human race Holy Master said. Hearing this, Fang Chen was shocked. The gate of the divine world was at the edge of the sky. Where is the edge of the sky? Fang Chen asked hurriedly. The human race Holy Master stood up and looked at the distant sky through the sacred hall. His thoughts seemed to have returned to the past. Only those who are recognized by the will of the universe can see the edge of the sky and enter the divine world. The human race Holy Master's voice was filled with helplessness. If one could find the edge of the sky, it would be easy to enter the divine world. This, Fang Chen was helpless. It was easier said than done to be recognized by the will of the universe. Even extreme life and death realm experts might not be recognized by the will of the universe. However, there is an approximate range of the edge of the sky. I can tell you the range. As for whether you can find the edge of the sky, it will depend on your luck. Then, the human race Holy Master told Fang Chen the location of the edge of the sky. The latter thanked the human race Holy Master and left the sacred hall. Demon Subduing Realm. Fang Chen's clone found the Demon Subduing Realm Lord. Realm Lord, I have something to ask, Fang Chen said. Just say it. Ever since Fang Chen woke up, the Demon Subduing Realm Lord had high hopes for Fang Chen. He believed that it wouldn't be long before Fang Chen could step into the God realm. You too, at that time, his original body, which had been trapped for countless years, would be able to break free. I want to ask, Realm Lord, do you know about the edge of the sky? Fang Chen asked. The Demon Subduing Realm Lord pondered for a moment, then said, Actually, even if you didn't come to me, I would have gone to you. I was about to tell you about the edge of the sky. I think you should know about it, the Demon Subduing Realm Lord said. Fang Chen nodded. The Holy Master told me. But I still want to tell you, don't enter the edge of the sky. With your current strength, even if you enter the divine world, it will be very dangerous, the Demon Subduing Realm Lord said. The Holy Master said that immortality peaches and immortal fruits appeared in the edge of the sky. I want to take a look, Fang Chen said. I can't help you find the edge of the sky. You have to rely on yourself. But be careful, the Demon Subduing Realm Lord warned. Fang Chen's clone and original body met in the void ocean, then went to the edge of the sky together. In the vast lower realm, there was a piece of land closest to the sky. This piece of land was called the Sky Continent. Under normal circumstances, the edge of the sky would appear in the Sky Continent. The Sky Continent was at the edge of the universe. It was even at the end of the void ocean. Fang Chen rode the Star Universe Dragon Boat and took half a month to reach here. The Sky Continent's environment was harsh. Normally, no one would come here. Moreover, because the distance was too far, and there was no teleportation formation, it was too difficult for ordinary martial artists to come here. Only an expert like Fang Chen dared to come here alone. Dong putting away the Star Universe Dragon Boat, Fang Chen stood on the Sky Continent. This continent wasn't too big, about the same size as the ancient Sword Continent. But the continent was filled with an ancient aura, as if it was an ancient broken continent. Fang Chen looked around and said, This is the Sky Continent. He looked around. There was nothing on the Sky Continent. There wasn't even a blade of grass, let alone the edge of the sky. The most important thing now is to find the edge of the sky and enter it to find the immortality peaches and immortal fruits, Fang Chen said. Every martial artist saw the edge of the sky differently. This also led to the edge of the sky not having a fixed place. They could only determine the approximate location. It was on the Sky Continent. You three, even the human race's holy lords, were no exception. Fang Chen spread out his divine sense and began to search for the edge of the sky. Dong suddenly, the golden heart began to beat. Fang Chen was a little surprised. Why would the golden heart beat at this time? Could it be? Fang Chen had a bold guess in his mind. Dong dong dong, the golden heart beat faster and faster. Streams of energy emerged from the golden heart. In an instant, Fang Chen felt a great change happen to his body. As the golden heart beat, Fang Chen's eyes saw a strange scene. He saw a whirlpool appear in a certain place on the sky continent. A wild aura instantly swept out around this whirlpool. What is that? Fang Chen opened his eyes wide and looked at the whirlpool. Under his gaze, the whirlpool gradually expanded. And behind that whirlpool, there was a fairyland-like garden. That is, Fang Chen's heart shook. The golden heart beat faster and faster. At a certain moment, Fang Chen's mind was in a trance. He could sense a strange aura coming from the golden heart. This strange aura was incomparably familiar. 88. Oh, what a familiar aura. I've felt it from many people before. The many people Fang Chen mentioned were the barbarian god's phantom, the buried sword emperor's consciousness, the sky prison saint, and others. Dong, a deafening sound came from the golden heart. Fang Chen instantly realized that this aura was the aura of a divine realm expert. He rubbed his eyes hard and looked at the whirlpool again. Chapter 1646. Even the 5 tycoons wouldn't be able to resist the temptation of such precious peaches. However, Boss had given him one without hesitation. There were only 3 peaches in total. One of them was for the old faker, so there were only 2 left. Little Mouse held the immortality peach with his big paws and clenched his fists, feeling warm inside. He wanted to say something, but hesitated. Fang Chen put away the 2 immortality peaches and glanced at Little Mouse. Why are you so moved that you're about to cry? Little Mouse burst into laughter after hearing Fang Chen's words. He wasn't pretentious. He and Boss were brothers who had gone through life and death together. Sometimes, there was no need to say anything. Crunch. Little Mouse held the immortality peach and swallowed it in big mouthfuls. The immortality peach wasn't big, but Little Mouse didn't dare to swallow it in one bite. The immortality peach contained boundless power. It was even more powerful than a primordial stone born from heaven and earth. As Little Mouse ate the immortality peach, Fang Chen secretly guarded him. Soon, the immortality peach was finished. At this time, Little Mouse's body was filled with a rich purple light. Boss, my body is filled with power, Little Mouse said excitedly. Fang Chen nodded. Little Mouse began to guide the power in his body to spread out. He was using this opportunity to increase his cultivation base. He had to admit that the immortality peach's effect was too strong. In just a short while, Little Mouse's cultivation base had increased by several levels. Fang Chen's face was full of smiles, but he couldn't help but sigh again. The god-devouring rat was truly worthy of being called a unique demon beast in the universe. It was so powerful that it could directly swallow the immortality peach. If it were a human martial artist, they would have to at least make some preparations. Otherwise, if the power was too strong, they would explode and die. Are you all right? Fang Chen asked worriedly. The purple light around Little Mouse gradually disappeared. He shook his head. Boss, I'm fine. Buzz. Just as Little Mouse finished speaking, there was a huge tremor at the edge of the sky. The flowers and plants in the heaven's edge were trembling, as if something terrifying was about to happen. What's going on? Fang Chen tried his best to stabilize himself and looked around. However, a scene that shocked him appeared. In the sky above the edge of the sky, the void cracked as a majestic aura spread out. He was very familiar with this aura. It was the aura of the god world. This is, Fang Chen's eyes widened as he stared at the crack in the void. An illusory door gradually appeared. Suddenly, Fang Chen's body was enveloped by the majestic aura of the god realm. It forcefully pulled Fang Chen's body to the illusory door. Needless to say, this illusory door was the door of guidance. According to legend, as long as one stepped into the door of guidance, they would be able to step into the divine realm. In the lower realms, no martial artist would be able to resist the temptation of the guiding gate. Even Fang Chen's heart was burning. However, when he arrived in front of the door of guidance, he suddenly roared angrily and forcefully stopped his body. The golden heart beat rapidly, and a stream of air appeared and surrounded him, isolating his body from the aura of the god world. I can't step into the guiding gate for now. Fang Chen kept shaking his head and retreated a little. There were two reasons why Fang Chen had such thoughts. First, Fang Chen had not bid farewell to his family and friends in the lower realms. He had not settled down in Green Bamboo Island, so he was worried. Second, he had not sent the immortality peaches back, so he was not ready to enter the divine realm. Fang Chen's eyes were fixed on the guiding gate. The guiding gate looked very ordinary, but it was very magical. Illusory runes flowed on the guiding gate, giving people a shocking feeling. Slowly, the aura that flowed out of the golden heart began to absorb the aura of the God world and entered Fang Chen's body. Buzz! Fang Chen's mind shook. This was an excellent opportunity to cultivate. Fang Chen did not say anything. He sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate. Dong dong dong. The golden heart beat faster and faster, and it absorbed more and more aura of the God world. Time passed quickly, and a large amount of aura of the God world emerged from the guiding gate. In Fang Chen's mind, his primordial spirit moved. He was comprehending the power of laws contained in the aura of the God world. The golden heart, which had not moved for a long time, began to transform. The golden heart is transforming. A golden halo spread out and shone on the ground. After the aura of the God world flowed into the golden heart, the latter gradually grew bigger. Fang Chen could clearly feel that the power in his body was becoming stronger as the golden heart changed. So strong. In a few breaths' time, the golden heart's transformation was completed. At this time, Fang Chen began to carefully examine the golden heart. The golden heart has become more powerful after the transformation, Fang Chen said to himself. Moreover, he felt that his understanding of the sword principle had become more powerful. Vaguely, Fang Chen saw a giant golden sword floating in the golden heart. He only took a glance at it, and he felt intense pain in his primordial spirit. It hurts. Fang Chen shouted and immediately stabilized his body. Is it an illusion or reality? Fang Chen had a strong obsession with the giant golden sword. When he was on Earth, he was stabbed by the giant golden sword that appeared out of nowhere, and then he crossed over to the ancient sword continent. It was also because of that transformation that he embarked on the path of martial arts. However, when he thought of the pain just now, he did not dare to look at it again. In the end, I am too weak. Otherwise, I would definitely be able to see it clearly. One day, when my strength reaches a certain level, I will definitely be able to know the secret of the golden heart. Fang Chen clenched his fist and thought to himself. Buzz. The transformed golden heart began to move again. A golden halo gradually flowed out, and at this moment, Fang Chen's eyes became blurred. In his mind, the sword scripture began to move automatically. In the distance, Little Mouse looked at his boss who was sitting cross-legged in front of the gate of guidance, and was a little worried. Boss seems to be cultivating. Although he was very worried, Little Mouse held back and looked around vigilantly to protect his boss. Time passed by bit by bit. Fang Chen was immersed in the ocean of sword principle. The sword scripture was extensive and profound, and there were a total of 6 levels. Fang Chen had only cultivated the first 3 levels. Even so, he could increase his strength by 100 times. For Fang Chen, this was an indispensable trump card. At this time, he was using the transformed golden heart and the aura of the realm of gods in front of the gate of guidance to cultivate. If the people in the outside world knew that someone did not enter the gate of guidance but cultivated here, they would definitely curse. In the lower realm, there were countless people who could not see the gate of guidance in their entire lives. However, Fang Chen did not enter the gate of guidance when it appeared. In fact, there was another reason why Fang Chen was not in a hurry to enter the gate of guidance for the time being. It was the underworld scholar that he had met before. His appearance made Fang Chen think that the gate of guidance might not be safe. Fang Chen's body was surrounded by extremely dense sword qi. His body was like an unsheathed sharp blade, and it was shocking. Unknowingly, Little Mouse was also shocked. Boss's aura was so strong that it was comparable to the 5 great leaders. So strong. Little Mouse sighed. This state lasted for about 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, at a certain moment, Fang Chen opened his eyes. Dong. The entire edge of heaven was trembling. Fang Chen suddenly stood up. Sword Qi soared into the sky, tearing the sky apart. 2 terrifying sword blades shot out from his eyes, directly cutting the strong wind in the air. The 4th level of the sword scripture? Fang Chen muttered to himself. After reaching the 4th level of the sword scripture, his strength increased by 1,000 times. 100 times was already very strong. What did 1,000 times mean? It was no exaggeration to say that although the current Fang Chen was only a 1st-level life and death realm emperor, his combat strength was comparable to the top 10 experts on the universe combat strength list. Since ancient times, there was probably no 1st-level life and death realm emperor stronger than Fang Chen. "Boss, you broke through," Little Mouse asked with a smile. Chapter 1647. After reaching the 4th layer of the sword scripture, his strength had increased by 1,000-fold. This allowed Fang Chen's strength to reach the peak. 1,000-fold increase. "Boss, your current strength is probably comparable to the 5 tycoons." Little Mouse happily laughed. Fang Chen shook his head. Although his strength had increased by 1,000-fold, he was very clear that there was still a gap between him and the 5 tycoons. Over the years, the 5 tycoons have reached the limits of the life and death realm. Their methods aren't something I can imagine, Fang Chen said. To put it bluntly, his foundation wasn't deep enough, and he couldn't be compared to the 5 tycoons. "Boss, what do we do now?" Little Mouse glanced at the guiding gate and asked somewhat apprehensively. Fang Chen had already thought about it long ago. He wouldn't enter the guiding gate for the time being. "Wait for me to settle everything, then I'll enter the guiding gate," Fang Chen slowly said. He and Little Mouse left Heaven's Edge at random. His harvest this time was quite good. Not only did he obtain 3 immortality peaches, but he also reached the 4th layer of the sword scripture in front of the guiding gate. Fang Chen was very happy. He stood at the edge of the sky and gazed at the door of guidance in the void. The latter floated in the sky as if it had existed since ancient times. Dong. The golden heart thumped, and Fang Chen turned around and left without any reluctance. After Fang Chen left, the whirlpool in front of Heaven's Edge gradually healed. Heaven's Edge disappeared from Heaven Mainland. Half a month later, Fang Chen successfully returned from Heaven Mainland. After returning to Green Bamboo Island, he felt relieved. He directly went to find Saber 3 and Liu Xiong. "Brother Fang." Saber 3 and Liu Xiong greeted Fang Chen. The latter nodded and said bluntly, "Brother Liu Xiong, I've already found the immortality peaches and immortality fruits. I wonder what kind of method your master spoke of." Liu Xiong and Saber 3 were somewhat shocked. "I'm impressed." Sword 3 gave Fang Chen a thumbs up. Liu Xiong looked at Fang Chen with a dumbfounded expression. These 3 fruits were rare in the world, but Fang Chen had obtained them. Liu Xiong took a deep breath and tried his best to calm the shock in his heart. Soon after, he told Fang Chen the method that his master had left behind. After learning about this method, Fang Chen and the other 2 came to the old faker. "Old faker, I've found the peaches of immortality." Fang Chen laughed as a peach of immortality appeared in his palm. Seeing this, the old faker was very surprised. "Boy, where did you get it?" the old faker asked. Fang Chen told the old faker that he found it at the edge of the sky. The old faker wrapped the branches on his trunk around the immortal peach. He was very excited. "Old faker, I will let Brother Liu Xiong help you recover. You have to cooperate with him," Fang Chen said. "Come on." As soon as the old faker finished his words, 3 fruits appeared in the void. The first one was the Sword Origin fruit, the second one was the Moon Dragon Sky fruit, and the third one was the Peaches of Immortality. These 3 fruits were too tempting. However, Fang Chen trusted Liu Xiong and Sword 3. "I'll start now," Liu Xiong said as he walked to the old faker. He waved his hand and a strong aura spread out from his body. Liu Xiong practiced the bloodline cultivation system. He could improve his strength by absorbing powerful bloodlines. His bloodline power erupted from his body. Even the old faker was a little surprised. A martial artist could have so many bloodline powers at the same time. He was too powerful. Fang Chen and Sword 3 were guarding at the side. Liu Xiong started to use his full strength. After a while, Liu Xiong felt that the time was right. He shouted in a low voice. Seeing this, the old faker rolled up the sword origin fruit and swallowed it directly. Boom! Terrifying sword chi permeated the air. After the old faker swallowed the sword origin fruit, Liu Xiong quickly formed a seal with his hands. Fang Chen and Sword 3 could not see it, so they stopped watching. After an hour, the old faker swallowed the moondragon sky fruit as well. Finally, the old faker swallowed the peaches of immortality. Liu Xiong's forehead was full of sweat. However, he still persevered. Buzz! A vast amount of power was emitted from the old faker. His main body, which had been broken, was actually growing back. Fang Chen and Sword 3 were overjoyed. The method left by Liu Xiong's master was indeed effective. Seeing this, the old faker was very excited and took the initiative to cooperate. The main body, which had been cut off, was growing at a speed invisible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the main body was completely grown. At this time, the medicinal effects of the 3 fruits had spread throughout the old faker's body. The old faker was full of vitality. He was transforming. Whoosh! Liu Xiong was very tired and retreated from the old faker's side. Fang Chen and Sword 3 quickly supported Liu Xiong and said, "Brother Liu Xiong, are you alright?" "I'm fine. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you," Liu Xiong said with a smile. "It's fine now. It's absorbing the medicinal effects of the 3 fruits. It needs some time. After it's done, it may take the opportunity to break through to the divine level," Liu Xiong said. He knew the old faker's current situation better. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded slightly. The 3 of them had been standing there waiting. The situation here caused a commotion on Green Bamboo Island. Deputy Island Master Yin Fang and the others were very surprised, thinking that there was an invasion. However, the martial artists on Green Bamboo Island were soon comforted. After 6 hours, the vitality around the old faker finally disappeared completely. The new old faker appeared in front of the 3 of them. "Ha ha ha, one must have good fortune after surviving a great disaster." The old faker laughed happily. Although he did not take the opportunity to break through to the divine level, he had completely recovered. Moreover, he was confident that it would not be long before he stepped into the divine level. "Old faker, how are you?" Fang Chen asked. "Boy, thank you so much this time. Otherwise, I would not have been reborn." The old faker was very touched. These 3 fruits were rare in the world. He could imagine how much Fang Chen had suffered in order to get these 3 fruits. However, some things did not need to be said. It was enough to remember. "It's good that you're fine." Fang Chen nodded. Whoosh! Little Mouse jumped onto the old faker's main body and said with a smile, "How is it? You can follow me in the future, right?" "Ha ha!" The old faker laughed. Fang Chen was very happy that the old faker had recovered. However, his happiness did not last long. The 6 giants came. Yes. They were also attracted by the aura on Green Bamboo Island. When they saw the old faker full of vitality, they were also slightly surprised. "You found the immortality peaches?" the human clan's saint asked. Fang Chen cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for your guidance. It seems that you have entered the edge of heaven. Did you see the gate of guidance?" the human clan's saint asked. The fiery gazes of the other 5 were fixed on Fang Chen. The gate of guidance was a legendary existence. They had been to the continent of heaven countless times, but they could not even see the edge of heaven. This kind of thing could only be found by chance. It was very difficult to be recognized by the will of the universe. Facing their gazes, Fang Chen nodded calmly. "I saw the gate of guidance." Hearing this, the 6 giants were overjoyed. "Then why didn't you enter it?" the human clan's saint continued to ask. "I still have some things to deal with in the lower world, so I don't want to enter the divine world for the time being," Fang Chen said. "But this time, I did gain something. I cultivated in front of the gate of guidance and learned something." "Oh, you learned something." The Black Blade Monarch chuckled and took a step forward. He smiled and said, "Fang Chen, your strength must have increased significantly. How about it? Do you want to spar with me?" Hearing this, the others did not stop him. Black Blade Monarch knew what he was doing. He only wanted to spar with Fang Chen. "Thank you, Black Blade Monarch," Fang Chen said apologetically. Fang Chen was in the limelight during the battle with the void creatures, especially when he severely injured Shu Mo at the last moment. Even after so many years, people still talked about it. Now that Black Blade Monarch heard that Fang Chen had learned something, he could not help but want to test him. "Fang Chen, take out your treasure." Black Blade Monarch pointed at the dark demonic wheel. "I don't need it for now." Fang Chen smiled. He wanted to see how strong he really was. Chapter 1648. Monarch Black Blade chuckled when he heard that and landed on the ground. Sometimes, confidence is a good thing, but it's not good to be overconfident. Black Blade Emperor thought that Fang Chen was a little arrogant after his strength increased. Fang Chen didn't answer. Buzz. His aura surged and filled his entire body. In the sky, the 5 leaders nodded in satisfaction. "Fang Chen's strength has indeed increased a lot," said the human race's holy master. "Although his strength has increased, he's definitely not Black Blade Emperor's match," said the Spirit Clan leader. "Guess how many moves Fang Chen can take from Black Blade Emperor?" The Luo clan leader chuckled. The stronger Fang Chen was, the more advantageous it was for the Luo clan. Ever since they knew that Fang Chen was Luo Liuli's son, Yuan Jiyu and the other leaders' attitude towards him had improved a lot. All of this was because of Fang Chen. In his heart, he naturally hoped that Fang Chen could win. But the truth was right in front of him. Black Blade Emperor was ranked in the top 10 of the Universe Combat Strength list. His strength wasn't something that Fang Chen could compare to. "I guess he can take at most 10 moves," said Yuan Jiyu. In fact, Yuan Jiyu wanted to say 3 moves, but thinking of Fang Chen's incredible concealment technique, he was more relaxed. The 5 leaders discussed among themselves. Below, Fang Chen and Black Blade Emperor were already fighting. First, Fang Chen circulated all the strength in his body and punched Monarch Black Blade. Dong. The entire ground shook. If the human race's holy master and the others hadn't sealed the space, the entire green bamboo island would have turned into ashes. After the 2 fists collided, Fang Chen's body took a few steps back. After stabilizing his body, Fang Chen stared at the Black Blade Emperor with eyes filled with fervor. The 1,000-fold increase in strength is really amazing. Just pure strength alone is comparable to a 9th-level Imperial Emperor, Fang Chen said to himself. He was even more eager to fight. "Your strength is not bad. I wonder how your techniques are." The Black Blade Monarch was a little surprised as he asked. "You'll know soon enough." Immediately, Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword and used the spacetime book. Suddenly, his figure merged into the void. This move again. Although Monarch Black Blade couldn't see Fang Chen's figure, he focused on defense. As long as Fang Chen appeared, he would immediately deal a heavy blow. He didn't believe that Fang Chen could sneak up on him. Crash ripples appeared in the void as 36 sword lights appeared in an unimaginable manner. With lightning speed, he shot towards the Black Blade Monarch. Just in time. Monarch Black Blade sneered as a black aura spread out from his body. Then, he waved his hand. Immediately, a wild gale appeared and swept up the 36 sword lights. In the blink of an eye, the 36 sword lights were all shattered by the strong wind. It's not enough to rely on this little bit of strength. Emperor Black Blade laughed heartily as if victory was already in his grasp. However, just as he was laughing, a sword light carrying a vast sword chi shot out from the strong wind with a swoosh. This sword light contained a 1,000-fold increase in strength. The previous 35 sword lights were all a pretense. Only this sword light was the real sword light. The smile on Monarch Black Blade's face instantly disappeared, and his face turned gloomy. His figure flickered as he executed an extremely powerful attack. The black mist formed a black vortex in his palm. "Not simple," the human race's Saint Master said. The others also nodded. They had still underestimated Fang Chen. It seems that this kid's opportunity this time is not bad. His strength has actually increased to such a level. Yuan Jiyu said. With the strength he has shown now, it's not a problem for him to enter the top 10 of the Universe Battle Force list. The Spirit Race's Lord said. Truly amazing. In such a short period of time, his strength has increased so quickly. Don't forget that his cultivation base is only at the first layer of life and death realm. Realm Lord Fu Mo chuckled. The stronger Fang Chen was, the happier he was. The 5 giants sighed. Fang Chen's potential was unprecedented. Since no one had done it before, there probably wouldn't be anyone else in the future. In this universe era, Fang Chen was publicly recognized as the strongest first-layer life and death realm martial artist. Just as the few of them were sighing, the battle below gradually came to a stop. Stop fighting, stop fighting. How can we continue fighting? After fighting for a while, Monarch Blackblade waved his hand and stopped the battle. His face was full of helplessness. Fang Chen's strength had exceeded his imagination. Fang Chen stopped fighting and thought to himself, if I go all out with a 1,000-fold increase in strength, coupled with the Time-Space Book, Sky Defensive Sword Art, and Dark Demonic Wheel, defeating Monarch Blackblade would be a piece of cake. But, that's all. To be able to become one of the giants, his means are too strong. Fang Chen sighed inwardly. He could feel that Monarch Blackblade was still hiding a trump card. Because it was just a spar, there was no need to expose his life-saving trump card. Even so, the 5 giants were shocked. We were just discussing how many moves you could withstand from Monarch Blackblade. The Luo clan master laughed. I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, you could actually be on par with Monarch Blackblade. Yuan Jiyu said. Sacred Lord, I think it's time to rearrange the universe combat power ranking. The Spirit Clan master said. Fang Chen's strength made the human race Sacred Lord very happy. He waved his hand and a huge brush appeared in his palm. Then, he held the brush and waved it in the air. In the void, a golden scroll appeared out of thin air. This scroll was the legendary Universe Combat Power Ranking. Shua, the human race Sacred Lord, was the only one in the entire lower domain who had the right to rearrange the rankings of the Universe Combat Power Ranking. The first place was still the human race Sacred Lord himself, and the second place was changed from Yuan Jiyu to Realm Lord Fu Mo. Regarding this point, Yuan Jiyu was also wholeheartedly convinced. Realm Lord Fu Mo's strength was obvious to all. In the past, the human race Sacred Lord would definitely rank Realm Lord Fu Mo first because he had a supreme treasure from the God world. However, after this period of recovery, he felt that he had once again touched the threshold of the immemorial realm. It wouldn't be long before he could step into the immemorial realm. Therefore, he was still first. The third place was Yuan Jiyu, the fourth was the Spirit Clan Master, the fifth was the Luo Clan Master, the sixth was Monarch Blackblade, and the seventh was Green Bamboo Island Master. After a while, the Universe Combat Power Ranking was rearranged. Whoosh! The human race Sacred Lord waved the brush in his hand, and suddenly, rays of golden light scattered to every corner of the lower domain. At the same time, the monarchs on the Universe Combat Power Ranking received the new rankings. What? Green Bamboo Island Master is in the top 10? Oh my god, what's going on? Why is Green Bamboo Island Master ranked 7th? Is the ranking wrong? Many monarchs didn't believe that Fang Chen could be ranked 7th. Of course, many people were very excited after seeing the ranking. On Green Bamboo Island, Tai Lai Yuan was refining a divine weapon when his mind suddenly trembled. Immediately, he was overjoyed. My brother is really amazing. Tai Lai Yuan wasn't jealous at all. He was just happy. At the same time, Black-White Heavenly Masters and Monarch Purplebeard also knew about this. They were all shocked. In the sky above Green Bamboo Island, Fang Chen and the other 6 stood together and smiled at each other. Among the 7 of us, Fang Chen is the youngest and the one with the greatest potential, the human race Sacred Lord said. Yes, who would have thought that the Creation Realm Warrior would be on the same level as us in the blink of an eye? Yuan Jiyu laughed. He was glad that he had chosen to listen to the pure demon sword. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fang Chen, what's your plan next? Suddenly, Realm Lord Fu Mo asked. The other people's gazes also landed on Fang Chen. Now that the Gate of Guidance had appeared, if Fang Chen wanted to step into the divine world, it would be a matter of minutes. There was no point in being envious. The 6 overlords were all concerned about Fang Chen's decision. Fang Chen pondered for a moment and then said, "I'm going to go back and see my old friends and settle them down. Then, I'll return to Green Bamboo Island and cultivate in seclusion. My cultivation level is too low, and my understanding of martial arts needs to be improved. The day I come out of seclusion will be the day I enter the divine world," Fang Chen said. The 6 overlords nodded, especially Realm Lord Fu Mo. He was so excited that his body trembled slightly. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. "Come to us if you need anything," the human race sacred lord said. Chapter 1649. For the rest of the time, Fang Chen had already arranged the itinerary. First, he used the Star Universe Dragon Boat to return to the Ancient Sword Continent. Returning to the Ancient Sword Continent once again, an incomparably familiar feeling welled up in his heart. The Ancient Sword Continent. This was the place where his dreams began. When he left back then, he was just a little bird that had just spread his wings and learned to fly. And now, he was already standing at the peak of the lower realm, becoming an eagle that soared in the sky. The changes in his heart made Fang Chen sigh. With a thought, he returned to the Shungfeng nation of the 5-element state. Back then, the Fang family was just a small family in Black Cloud City. He was still an ordinary disciple of the Qingfeng sword sect in the Azure Cloud County, who was bullied. The feeling of home. Fang Chen sighed. He returned to Black Cloud City. Over the years, using the resources he left behind, they gradually grew into a large force. Even the top forces of the Ancient Sword Continent followed Fang Chen's lead. But the Fang family's headquarters was still in Black Cloud City. Fang Chen stood in the clouds and looked down. He saw people coming and going in the Fang family mansion at a glance. The Fang family mansion was very lively, and there were more and more family members. The young people of the same generation as Fang Chen had already settled down, and some even had grandchildren. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Things changed with the passage of time. Fang Chen didn't want to be too ostentatious, so he quietly entered the Fang family mansion and found his uncle and the others. He briefly explained the reason, and then gave an interspatial ring to his uncle. He told his uncle that the cultivation resources in the interspatial ring were enough for the Fang family to use for tens of thousands of years. After meeting everyone in the Fang family, Fang Chen went to the Qingfeng sword sect. Rather than saying that the Fang family was the place where he was born, it was better to say that the Qingfeng sword sect was the place where he was reborn. After so many years, the younger disciples of the Qingfeng sword sect who were of the same generation as him had long become the pillars of the sect, and some had even become elders. Fang Chen stood in the clouds and looked down for a long time before finally leaving quietly. Next, Fang Chen went to Kamikaze Kenbu, which was still the dream place of all sword cultivators in the Shungfeng nation. At a glance, many swordsmen were queuing up to join the Kamikaze Kenbu. Kamikaze Kenbu was much more prosperous than before. After wandering around the Divine Wind Empire for a few days, Fang Chen arrived at the Ink Cloud Empire. He vaguely remembered that when he had just left the Divine Wind Nation, he had passed by the Ink Cloud Nation and even charged through the Ink Cloud Pass. Even Old Man Mo Yun was alarmed. But now, Old Man Mo Yun was no longer at Mo Yun Pass. However, there were still many martial artists in front of Ink Cloud Pass. For half a month, Fang Chen went around meeting old friends. His state of mind was changing, but even he was unaware of this change. Half a month later, they finished their tour of the Ancient Sword Continent and arrived at the Sword Burial Prefecture. Fang Chen had a lot of feelings for the Sword Burial Prefecture. His wife, Star and Moon, had been resurrected in the Sword Burial Province. Moreover, the Sword Burial Province was formed by the body of Emperor Zongjian. Standing in the sky above the Sword Burial Province, Fang Chen's heart was heavy. Whoosh! Fang Chen waved his hand, and a terrifying aura spread out from his body. In an instant, the entire Sword Burial Province trembled. This scene alarmed all the forces in the Sword Burial Province. Many experts were discussing what had happened. In the center of the Sword Burial Province, there was an immortal palace. Now, the person in charge of the Sword Burial Province was the arrogant guy who had entered the God-burying sword prison with Fang Chen. He was called Zongjian. His goal was to become an expert like Emperor Zongjian. Yes. Zongjian was cultivating when he suddenly felt the sword burial province tremble. He was very surprised. However, at this moment, a familiar voice entered his ears. Brother Zongjian, don't panic. I'm going to merge the sword burial province and the ancient sword continent. Zongjian was shocked when he heard this voice. This is Fang Chen. He cried out involuntarily. How is this possible? Obviously, Zongjian didn't expect Fang Chen to be so strong. Under Fang Chen's control, the sword burial province and the ancient sword continent merged together. Dong. The collision of the two continents caused the entire continent to panic. However, Fang Chen transmitted his voice to the high-level martial artists of the continent. The sword burial province was formed by Emperor Zongjian's body. From now on, the sword burial province will be the fourth province of the ancient sword continent, and also the most sacred place of the ancient sword continent. Only with Zongjian's permission can one enter the sword burial province. Fang Chen transmitted his voice. His voice contained the power of illusion, causing all the high-level powerhouses of the entire ancient sword continent to fall into an illusion. By the time they woke up, this thought had been deeply rooted. On the sword burial province, Zongjian looked up at the sky. Amidst the clouds, there was a faintly discernible figure. Fang Chen, is that you? Zongjian muttered to himself. Fang Chen seemed to have sensed something. He turned his head and glanced at Zongjian before disappearing. One day, a piece of news spread throughout the ancient sword continent. The former god of war, Fang Chen, had returned and merged the sword burial province with the ancient sword continent. From now on, the ancient sword continent would enter an era of peace. This piece of news had been widely circulated. Scar Island. After returning from the ancient sword continent, Fang Chen went to Scar Island. He met the island's master and gave the celestial Scar sect some cultivation resources. Then he went to Ingress Island and gave them the same amount of resources. After that, he went to Clearview Island. After leaving Clearview Island, he was preparing to go to the ancient Eastern Alliance when he ran into an unexpected acquaintance. A group of adventurers faced off against 3 martial artists on the void ocean. If you know what's good for you, hand over your interspatial rings. Otherwise, you'll all die. The leader of the adventurers was very strong, and his aura was strong. Did you hear what our boss said? Hurry up and hand them over. The other adventurers were very arrogant. Across from them, the Black Yin Dao father's face was gloomy. Shenyuan Feng and Shenyuan Qin were at his side. Grandfather, what do we do? Shenyuan Feng asked. Fight them to the death, Shenyuan Qin said coldly. The 3 of them were tired from their adventure, and wanted to return to Ingress Island to live in seclusion. Who would have thought they'd run into adventurers on the void ocean? And this group of adventurers had no bottom line. They wanted to rob them. Fellow Taoists, can you give me some face? The Black Yin Dao father forced a smile. HMPH. Who do you think you are? You want me to give you face? The leader sneered. He threw out a punch and hit the Black Yin Dao ancestor. Don't waste time. If you want to live, hand over your interspatial rings, the leader threatened. After a moment of silence, the Black Yin Dao father compromised. Grandfather. Shenyuan Qin reluctantly held onto her interspatial ring. Qin, if we don't have the resources, we can find more. If we lose our lives, then everything will be for naught. The Black Yin Dao father said. The path of martial arts has many paths to tread. You can't be reckless. You have to be patient like your brother. Hearing that, Shenyuan Qin lowered her head. The Black Yin Dao father handed the 3 interspatial rings to the leader of the adventurers. Old fellow, at least you know what's good for you. The adventurers received the interspatial rings and prepared to leave. But at this moment, a voice rang out. If you want to live, hand over all your interspatial rings. Space rippled, and then Fang Chen appeared. The 3 of them were stunned for a moment, but then they were overjoyed. They widened their eyes and looked at the person in front of them in disbelief. It's you, shouted the Shenyuan siblings. The adventurers who were just about to leave were infuriated by the sudden appearance of this martial artist. Brat, who are you? How dare you meddle in our business? Chumph, even he doesn't know? How ignorant, sneered Shenyuan Qin. He's the master of Green Bamboo Island, Fang Chen, said Shenyuan Feng. TCH, do you think I'm stupid? How could a random person be the master of Green Bamboo Island? The leader clearly didn't believe it. They're telling the truth. You only have one last chance. Hand over all your interspatial rings, and you can live, said Fang Chen indifferently. Boom. A terrifying aura spread, engulfing all the adventurers. Immediately, they felt their Yuan spirits tremble as death invaded their bodies. He's too strong. The leader of the adventurers was so scared that he pissed his pants. Chapter 1650. Fang Chen's aura alone was enough to terrify mid-level life and death realm imperial emperors. Not to mention these few adventurers in the creation realm. It was already very merciful of him not to kill them. They were also very tactful. They threw down their spatial rings and hurriedly fled. Fang Chen did not chase after them. These small fries were not worth it. Brother Fang, it's really you. Shenyuan Feng hugged Fang Chen excitedly. Shenyuan Qin stared at Fang Chen and said, I didn't expect the famous Green Bamboo Island Lord to come and save us at such a critical moment. Shenyin Dao Ancestor also sighed. Back when Dao Ancestor magic was chasing Fang Chen, he saved him and brought him to the old Hua Islands. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had grown to such a level. Dao Ancestor. Fang Chen was very respectful to Dao Ancestor Black Yin. He would never forget his kindness. Island Lord, you don't have to be like this. Dao Ancestor Black Yin laughed. Fang Chen shook his head and said, Dao Ancestor, I will never forget your kindness to me. Brother Fang, why are you here? Shenyuan Feng asked curiously. Fang Chen explained briefly and then asked, where are you going? I'm very tired from running around outside. I want to return to Clear Sky Island to live in seclusion, Dao Ancestor Black Yin said. If you don't mind, how about living in seclusion on my Green Bamboo Island? Fang Chen asked. Dao Ancestor Black Yin glanced at Shenyuan Feng and his sister. The two of them were very excited. In that case, it would be impolite of me to refuse. Dao Ancestor Black Yin nodded. He brought Dao Ancestor Black Yin and the other two back to Green Bamboo Island. It did not take long for Dao Ancestor Black Yin to settle down. Whoosh, Fang Chen stretched and said, I feel like my state of mind has changed a lot after going out for a walk. At this point, he basically did not have much to worry about in the lower realm. He could finally cultivate in seclusion in peace. Green Bamboo Island was very lively with people coming and going. The people of Silver Moon Island were very used to living on Green Bamboo Island. The villagers of the Saints' Village were also very happy. Their Lord Saint's name shook the world, and the Saints' Village was rising. The old faker's injury was basically healed. The little mouse couldn't bear the loneliness. Instead of accompanying Fang Chen to practice, he went to find the old faker. In the seclusion area, Fang Chen sat cross-legged. Suddenly, the void trembled slightly, and his avatar arrived. They're here. The clone looked exactly the same as the main body. The two of them sat side by side. The seclusion this time was of great significance. Fang Chen simply summoned his doppelganger and set up a 1,000-fold time acceleration around him. With Fang Chen's current means and control of the true meaning of space and time, he could maintain a 1,000-fold acceleration for a long time. The main purpose of this seclusion is to raise my cultivation and comprehend the space-time book and the heavenly imperial sword art. Fang Chen had already made up his mind. Raising one's cultivation base was relatively easy. The most important thing was the comprehension of the heavenly imperial sword technique and the space-time book. Therefore, he decided to let his doppelganger comprehend the heavenly imperial sword art while his main body comprehended the space-time book. Up till now, he had basically mastered the space-time shape cultivation system. What Fang Chen wanted to do was to raise the space-time book to a higher level. Buzz. His main body began to comprehend the space-time book. His body was surrounded by a rich space-time aura. The true meaning of space and time had reached the peak of the 9th grade. Its power was very strong. There was a reason why the 6 giants thought so highly of Fang Chen. It was a peerless true meaning. Moreover, it was the top true meaning. With such a true meaning, Fang Chen's future was limitless. Time passed by bit by bit. After half a year of seclusion, the doppelganger had mastered the heavenly imperial sword technique. Sword qi surrounded his body. His understanding of the sword Tao had become deeper. The heavenly imperial sword technique was a divine technique. When cultivated to the extreme, it could split mountains and was very powerful. After cultivating the heavenly imperial sword technique, the doppelganger also began to comprehend the space-time book. In half a year, Fang Chen cultivated the space-time book to the 6th level. Although it was only one level, Fang Chen felt that the true meaning of space and time had changed a lot. He was a little confused about the specifics. In the following time, Fang Chen immersed himself in cultivation. In the lower realm, as time passed, the human race's ruling power became stronger and stronger. Some unknown forbidden lands were also under the control of the human race. After a lot of hard work, the human race's holy master finally stepped into the eternal realm. After entering the eternal realm again, the human race's holy master's aura became even sharper. He was the true number one on the universe combat power list. The situation of the 5 great sacred lands would not change in a short time. In the demon-subduing world. Ever since the demon-subduing world was made public, the disciples of the 9th heaven could freely enter and leave the demon-subduing world. Many of the disciples had gone out to temper themselves. As for the demon-subduing world, he sat alone in the garden. There was a complicated look in his eyes. I've waited for so many years. There's no rush. The demon-subduing world felt that he could not control the excitement in his heart. Ever since he learned that Fang Chen had found the door of guidance, his mentality had been a little strange. Fang Chen's potential is strong, but he's just entered the God realm. He won't be able to help me. It's not easy to have a glimmer of hope. I can't let it be killed. The demon-subduing world said in a low voice. He knew very well how cruel the God realm was. Ordinary martial artists would die if they were not careful. The competition in the God realm was even crueler. In the lower world, Fang Chen's strength was already at the top. But in the God realm, he was just a martial artist at the bottom. I can't be impulsive. I must wait for the right time, the demon-subduing world said to himself. Clear Island, Void Sea City. Yuan Tianhe was an outstanding prodigy of Void Sea City. If not for Fang Chen's appearance, Yuan Tianhe would not have been grounded for 1,000 years. Today, the Void Sea City Lord and the Bai family patriarch had discussed and decided to release Yuan Tianhe. Back then, he was grounded for 1,000 years to avenge Fang Chen. But now, there was no need for that. Yuan Tianhe was already the 7th strongest on the universe combat power list, standing at the top of the universe. Yuan Tianhe's promise of 1,000 years still lingered in his ears. Arriving at the forbidden area behind Void Sea City, the Void Sea City Lord smiled bitterly and immediately opened the door. Creak. The door opened, and the Void Sea City Lord entered. He had not seen Yuan Tianhe for many years. He wondered how he was doing now. Did he give up on himself or work hard to cultivate? After passing through layers of restrictions, he arrived at the underground cave. The Void Sea City Lord saw a martial artist with disheveled hair who was cultivating. Huala. Yuan Tianhe opened his eyes. City Lord. Yuan Tianhe's voice was hoarse, and the aura around him was incomparably thick. Judging from his aura, he had already stepped into the creation realm, and his cultivation was not bad. Not bad. You grew up in adversity. As expected of a rare genius in Void Sea City, the Void Sea City Lord praised. City Lord, the 1,000-year confinement is not over yet. What are you doing here? After the baptism of time, Yuan Tianhe was even calmer. Yuan Tianhe, from today onwards, your 1,000-year confinement is lifted. You can leave this place, the Void Sea City Lord said. Hearing this, Yuan Tianhe was a little stunned. Then, he asked in confusion, why? There's no need for that. The Void Sea City Lord shrugged. Do you still remember how you were confined back then? Of course I remember. If it wasn't for Fang Chen, I wouldn't have been confined for 1,000 years. When Yuan Tianhe mentioned Fang Chen, he was full of anger. Just treat the 1,000-year agreement as a joke. You are a genius of Void Sea City. I don't want to see you fall. I hope that after you leave, you can cultivate well and revitalize Void Sea City, the Void Sea City Lord said. Since you want me to leave early, then the 1,000-year agreement will be brought forward. Yuan Tianhe stood up and walked out of the underground cave in a sorry state. When he reached the surface, the Void Sea City Lord stopped Yuan Tianhe. Yuan Tianhe, you don't have to look for Fang Chen. The reason your confinement was lifted is because of him, the Void Sea City Lord said. He came to plead for leniency. Yuan Tianhe frowned. The Void Sea City Lord shook his head. Because you are no match for him. I don't want you to throw your life away. You think so highly of Fang Chen? Yuan Tianhe was a little angry. If you knew what Fang Chen has done these years, I'm afraid you would also give up on this idea, the Void Sea City Lord said. His cultivation base is very strong, Yuan Tianhe said. He's 7th on the universe's power rankings. You can think of him as one of the top 7 people in the universe, the Void Sea City Lord explained. Buzz. Yuan Tianhe's head shook and his body trembled. Chapter 1651. Even if Yuan Tianhe didn't know the universe combat power ranking, he could understand it literally. In the entire lower realm, he was one of the 7 most powerful people. 7th on the universe combat power ranking. A series of news made Yuan Tianhe's face turn pale. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, and blood seeped out of his palms. The Void Sea City Lord quietly watched Yuan Tianhe. He knew the latter's inner struggle. He might as well let him vent. When he was grounded for 1,000 years, Yuan Tianhe was full of confidence. He even said that after 1,000 years, he would kill Sanguinati with his own hands. However, only a few years had passed, and Fang Chen had already grown to such an extent. I can't accept this. Yuan Tianhe's voice was full of unwillingness. He looked up to the sky and roared. His hair was disheveled, and his body emitted a terrifying aura. The Void Sea City Lord just watched Yuan Tianhe vent. An hour later, Yuan Tianhe finally finished venting. He was originally worried that Yuan Tianhe would fall into decadence and never get up again. However, the Void Sea City Lord thought too much. Yuan Tianhe clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes were full of passion. If Fang Chen can do it, I, Yuan Tianhe, can do it too. After saying that, Yuan Tianhe resolutely left Void Sea City. Yuan Tianhe, where are you going? The Void Sea City Lord hurriedly asked. I'm going to travel all over the lower realm to improve my strength. Yuan Tianhe's heavy voice came from afar. From that day onwards, no one in the lower realm saw Yuan Tianhe again. So many years later, when Yuan Tianhe appeared in front of the world in a powerful manner, the entire lower realm trembled. Of course, this was a story for later. On Green Bamboo Island. Time passed, and Fang Chen's understanding of the space-time book became deeper and deeper. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. In these 3 years, Fang Chen had completely understood the space-time cultivation system. It had to be said that the space-time cultivation system was a very special cultivation system. The space-time book had gone from the previous 5 levels to the 9th level. Now that he had mastered the 9th level of the space-time book, Fang Chen's concealment techniques had become even more effective. Now that he was hiding in the void, even the human race's sacred leader would not be able to find him. The current him was the true king of concealment. After the space-time book reached the 9th level, the true meaning of space-time underwent some subtle changes. Although it was very small, Fang Chen still caught it. Around him, in the space-time aura that had originally permeated the air, there was suddenly a trace of tiny grey light. The appearance of these grey lights made Fang Chen feel like he was dreaming. He shook his head and stared at the grey light in shock. What is this? For a split second, Fang Chen felt as if he had merged with heaven and earth. This feeling was very strange. The appearance of the grey light caused the power of laws in the world to surge. The entire sky above Green Bamboo Island was covered in darkness. The deafening sound echoed throughout the sky. Fang Chen looked up at the sky as a thick grey light descended. When the grey light descended, he even felt that time and space were in chaos. That is, Fang Chen's heart was filled with shock. The grey light, was it the law of space-time? However, he had never heard of the law of space-time. Hiss hiss hiss, in the vast lower domain, all the grey light surged toward Fang Chen. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen's aura was completely retracted. In just a few short breaths, Fang Chen felt that the true meaning of spacetime had undergone an earth-shattering change. The power of law. Fang Chen vaguely felt that the grey aura should be the product of cultivating the true meaning of spacetime to the extreme. It was very likely to be the power of law. Buzz. When the sky became clear again, Fang Chen stopped cultivating and slowly stood up. It has been 3 years. Fang Chen sighed. On the path of martial arts, time flowed like water. It was indeed so. Now, he finally had a deep understanding. In these 3 years, Fang Chen had gained a lot, so much so that he found it hard to believe. First of all, he had cultivated the Heavenly Imperial Sword technique to the extreme. When he cultivated the Heavenly Imperial Sword technique to the extreme, he realized that the power of this divine technique was many times stronger than he imagined. Secondly, the spacetime book had reached the 9th level. Finally, the true meaning of spacetime that even Fang Chen was not too clear about had undergone an essential change. The gains are indeed not small, but, Fang Chen grinned. After 3 years of hard work, it was time to improve his cultivation. In fact, for the current him, there was not much difference between a 1st-level Imperial Emperor and a 9th-level Imperial Emperor. However, his cultivation still needed to be improved. Whoosh! Fang Chen opened his big hand and activated the long river of laws in his sea of qi. Rumble. The long river of laws rumbled as countless power of law of fire poured into the long river of laws. The long river of laws expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. And Fang Chen's cultivation was also rapidly improving. 2nd level, 3rd level, 4th level. When his cultivation increased to the 6th level, the expansion of the long river of laws finally slowed down. Finally, his cultivation crossed the threshold of the 6th level and reached the 7th level. In fact, if he forcefully increased his cultivation, he could still reach the 9th level. However, Fang Chen gave up because the expansion of the long river of laws could not keep up with his cultivation. Even if he increased it, his foundation would not be stable, which was not good for him. Let's go with the 7th level. Restraining his aura, Fang Chen inwardly said. As long as he stabilized the long river of laws and increased his mastery of the laws of fire, he could easily reach the 9th level of life and death realm. But for now, Fang Chen was already satisfied. If the current me goes all out, even Monarch Black Blade might not be my opponent. Fang Chen inwardly thought. In 3 years, he had undergone earth-shaking changes. If Monarch Black Blade was still at the same level as 3 years ago, he would definitely not be his opponent. Moreover, with his current strength, he should be able to unleash 100% of the Dark Demonic Wheel's power. Artifact Spirit. Fang Chen communicated with the Artifact Spirit. Congratulations, Master. Your strength has increased. The Artifact Spirit congratulated. As the Artifact Spirit, it was naturally happy to see its master's strength increase. Can the current me unleash the Dark Demonic Wheel's full power? Fang Chen asked. The Artifact Spirit directly said, Master's strength is close to the limit of the life and death realm. However, the Dark Demonic Wheel is a supreme treasure of the divine world. If you want to unleash its full power, it is still somewhat lacking. Unless Master can cultivate a law to the limit. However, with Master's current strength, you can unleash 90% of its power. That kind of power far surpasses 9th level divine weapons. At least, it is similar to Realm Lord Fu Mo's sledgehammer. The Artifact Spirit continued. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded his head. He finally had a relative understanding of his own strength. He stretched his body. After 3 years of seclusion, he could finally come out. At the same time, he also realized that he was about to leave the lower realm and head for the divine world. Although I am reluctant, if I want to protect my loved ones, I must increase my strength. Fang Chen inwardly said. The divine world was the core of the entire universe. It was also the place where all the experts of the universe gathered. The lower realm was nothing more than a mortal world to the divine world. The stage of the lower realm was ultimately too small. Fang Chen was a soaring eagle. His stage was the divine world. He had already made up his mind. Therefore, when he came out of seclusion, he was prepared to say goodbye to his loved ones one by one and head to the divine world. The tremors in the sky above Green Bamboo Island attracted the attention of the entire lower realm. The 6 giants arrived shortly after. He came out of seclusion. The human race's holy master's eyes were burning as he stared at Fang Chen. After 3 years of seclusion, you must have gained a lot, right? The Luo clan's master asked. Fang Chen, the battle 3 years ago ended in a draw between us. I have been cultivating diligently for the past 3 years. Let's fight again today. Black Blade Monarch directly appeared in front of Fang Chen and said with a smile. While Fang Chen's strength had increased, Black Blade Monarch had not been idle. He was ranked 6th on the Universe Combat Power list, while Fang Chen was ranked 7th. He wanted to test the results of his 3 years of cultivation. Sure. Fang Chen smiled. Fang Chen, I have developed a killer move in the past few years. I will not hold back later. You must be careful. Black Blade Monarch reminded him. Chapter 1652. Fang Chen appeared to be quite relaxed as he fought against Monarch Black Saber once again. After all, he knew how much his strength had improved over the past 3 years. Therefore, he was only testing his strength by fighting against Monarch Black Saber. Fang Chen, I'm going to make my move. Monarch Black Saber chuckled as a saber intent lingered around his body. The 5 authorities were astounded seeing this. It seemed like Monarch Black Saber was treating Fang Chen with great importance. Otherwise, he would not have executed his ultimate move right away. Monarch Black Saber was called Black Saber because he had formed a saber with the force of the rules in his Qi. The Black Saber was extremely powerful, equivalent to Monarch Black Saber's natal artifact. Normally, he would not use it so easily. Apart from the authorities, no one was able to force Monarch Black Saber to use it until now. A terrifying saber intent instantly swept across the entire square. Fang Chen wore a calm smile as he unleashed his strength and threw a punch forward. Dong a thousandfold increase in strength. A terrifying force instantly swept toward Monarch Black Saber like a punch capable of shattering the heavens and earth. Crack! The formidable sword intent surrounding Monarch Black Saber was shattered into pieces. This scene caused the 5 great leaders in the sky to be dumbfounded. Monarch Black Saber was astounded. Fang Chen's strength had improved significantly, allowing him to break through his defense with a single punch. Monarch Black Saber, I've heard that you've been nurturing a Black Saber in your Qi. Just use it. Fang Chen said smilingly. Fang Chen's intention was clear. Their strengths were almost on the same level, thus there was no need for him to waste his time. Monarch Black Saber's eyes flickered after hearing this. Fang Chen, you're indeed very powerful. I won't waste any more time. If you can resist my saber, I'll admit my defeat right away. Whoosh. With a thought from the Black Blade Monarch, an overwhelming saber light soared into the sky. Following this, a black saber the size of a palm appeared above his head. As soon as this black blade appeared, it caused the surroundings to become oppressive. In an instant, the primordial spirits of the warriors on Green Bamboo Island trembled. What happened? Many martial artists who did not know what was going on screamed in horror. How peculiar! Fang Chen said to himself as he stared at the black blade. This black blade was different from ordinary black blades. It was very strange. Although you are very strong, you are still unable to withstand my attacks. After summoning the black blade, Monarch Black Blade's eyes shone brightly as saber chi surged around him. Kill. Monarch Black Blade used his killer move, causing the world to change colors. The black blade whistled through the air at lightning speed. It brought with it an extremely terrifying power and arrived beside Fang Chen. Just as the black blade was about to touch him, Fang Chen's figure disappeared into thin air. Seeing this, the expressions of the 5 giants changed drastically. 3 years ago, although Fang Chen's concealment technique was very strong, it was still traceable in their eyes. But now, they could not sense Fang Chen's existence at all. Sacred Master, your primordial spirit has merged with the universe will. Can you sense Fang Chen's existence? Yuan Jiyu asked anxiously. The others also looked at the human race's sacred master with fervent gazes. The human race's face was gloomy as he closed his eyes, seemingly using the universe will's power. Poochie. After a while, the human race's sacred master spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. Waves of shock surged in his heart. What's going on? The giants asked worriedly. I can only blame myself for being too weak. Even using the universe will, I can't find Fang Chen's traces. The human race's holy master's words shocked the other big shots. How is this possible? The few of them were completely confused. There was actually such a powerful concealment technique in the world. Even if it was the true meaning of spacetime, it should not be like this. At this moment, their gazes towards the battlefield became very complicated. Swoosh. The black blade carried a terrifying blade chi as it hovered in the sky. As long as Fang Chen appeared, it would immediately attack him. In the void. Fang Chen observed the black blade for a while and then said, "It's about time." After that, his figure flashed and appeared behind Monarch Black Blade. Without saying anything, he directly used the Heavenly Imperial Sword technique. Swoosh. Tens of thousands of sword lights instantly shot out. Monstrous sword chi shot into the sky. Oh no. Black Blade Emperor hurriedly controlled the black blade to block the sword lights. Crack. In the process of blocking the sword lights, a crack appeared on the black blade. No. Monarch Black Blade immediately retracted his black blade and shouted, "Stop." The black blade was Black Blade Emperor's natal weapon. Once it was damaged, he would also be implicated. Crash. Seeing this, Fang Chen withdrew his attack. The solemn atmosphere on the battlefield instantly disappeared. "Are you okay?" Fang Chen asked. Black Blade Emperor's face was a little pale. He looked at Fang Chen as if he was looking at a monster. "You freak." Even when he used the black blade, he was unable to withstand the attack. His intrinsic weapon was nearly shattered. He felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, he was not an enemy of Fang Chen. Otherwise, he would definitely die. Hee hee. Fang Chen scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Black Blade Emperor curled his lips and then said, "I lost." The 5 leaders in the sky landed on the ground. They looked at Fang Chen in surprise. Not bad. The human race's holy master nodded. "Kid, your potential is too strong." The big shots were praising Fang Chen. However, he had an idea in his mind. He wanted to challenge the human race's holy master. After chatting with the leaders for a while, Fang Chen cupped his hands at the human race's holy master and said, "Holy master, may I challenge you?" Hearing this, the others were also slightly stunned. They did not expect that Fang Chen, who had just defeated Black Blade Emperor, would challenge the human race's holy master. The human race's holy master was number 1 on the universe's battle power list. Although Black Blade Emperor was in the same realm as the human race's holy master, he did not dare to challenge him. The human race's holy master was very strong. Ordinary peak life and death realm emperors could not compare to him. "Fang Chen, do you really want to challenge the holy master?" Yuan Jiyu asked. "Yes, Fang Chen. You may have defeated Black Blade, but that does not mean you have the strength to challenge the holy master," the spiritual race's master said. However, Realm Master Fu Mo had a different opinion. He had a faint feeling that Fang Chen might really have the strength to challenge the human race's holy master. Fang Chen, the holy master, was injured. "If you challenge him now, it will be unfair," Realm Master Fu Mo said. "The holy master is injured." Fang Chen only then noticed that the holy master's expression was not good. He was very curious as to how the holy master was injured. Little did he know that the holy master had not hesitated to use the will of the universe in order to track him down. This caused him to suffer a backlash and be slightly injured. The human race's holy master waved his hand and said, "My injuries are not serious. Since you want to fight with me, I'll satisfy you." The human race's holy master was very strong. Following this, Fang Chen truly experienced his strength. He exchanged 300 moves with the human race's holy master and barely managed to remain undefeated. as expected of the human race's holy master. If I want to defeat him, I'll have to use the dark demonic wheel. Fang Chen inwardly said. In terms of pure strength, he was simply not the human race's holy master's match. After 300 moves, the human race's holy master gradually suppressed Fang Chen. However, from start to finish, Fang Chen did not use the dark demonic wheel. If he used it, he would definitely injure the human race's holy master. There was no need for that when two people were exchanging pointers. After an hour, the battle finally ended. The two of them landed on the ground. The human race's holy master had a whole new level of respect for Fang Chen. Given time, you will definitely surpass me. The human race's holy master had high hopes for Fang Chen. Then, he took out a brush, waved his hand, and recompiled the universe combat powers ranking. As for Fang Chen, he was ranked second only to him. Do you have any objections? The human race's holy master asked. 88, 8. The few of them shook their heads. What kind of joke was this? Fang Chen was able to fight the human race's holy master to such an extent. This level of strength was something they could not compare to. Even the arrogant Yuan Jiyu had no choice but to admit defeat at this moment. The world would belong to the younger generation in the future. Fang Chen is probably the youngest person to be in the top 3 since the creation of the Universe Combat Powers ranking. Yes, he has cultivated for less than 100 years and is ranked second on the Universe Combat Powers ranking. This is simply unimaginable. Chapter 1653. After recompiling the Universe Combat Power List, the powerhouses left one after another. Only Realm Lord Fu Mo stayed behind to talk to Fang Chen alone. Realm Lord Fu Mo had taken good care of Fang Chen during his growth. Without him, he wouldn't have been able to achieve what he had now. Moreover, he had promised to find a way to save Realm Lord Fu Mo's true body after entering the God Realm. Fang Chen. Realm Lord Fu Mo was very satisfied with Fang Chen. The latter's growth was beyond his expectations. I thought it would take at least 100 years for you to enter the God Realm, but I underestimated you. However, I underestimated your strength. I didn't expect that in such a short time, you would be qualified to enter the God Realm. Realm Lord Fu Mo sighed. He wasn't a match for Fang Chen in a one-on-one fight. He had watched Fang Chen's battle. His concealment skills weren't something ordinary people could compare to. Of course, if he used a hammer, the outcome would be unpredictable. Realm Lord, when I enter the God Realm, I'll do my best to help you save my true body, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Realm Lord Fu Mo nodded in satisfaction. If there's anything you don't understand before you enter the God Realm, you can ask me, Realm Lord Fu Mo said. This is all I can help you with. Hearing Realm Lord Fu Mo's words, Fang Chen was really puzzled and wanted to ask. Realm Lord, I do have something to ask. Fang Chen cupped his fists. Is there a space-time law in this world? The scene of that day appeared in Fang Chen's mind. The true meaning of space-time was surrounded by a grey aura. It was very shocking. It seems you still know too little about laws and rules, Realm Lord Fu Mo said. I'll explain it to you in detail. Laws and rules are the foundation of the universe's order. Laws are supreme, and laws are inferior. There are countless laws in the universe, but there are only 6 kinds of laws. Realm Lord Fu Mo's voice was very heavy when he talked about laws. 6 types of laws, Fang Chen asked, puzzled. That's right. Since the beginning of time, since the birth of the universe, the order of the universe has never changed. There are countless laws, but there are only 6 types of laws. They are the only 6 types, and they are irreplaceable. Realm Lord Fu Mo said. What are the 6 rules? Time, space, destruction, creation, reincarnation, destiny. These 6 great laws have existed since ancient times. Realm Lord Fu Mo said, and the space-time laws you speak of don't exist at all. When it comes to time and space, there are only laws. Hearing this, Fang Chen was shocked. You won. The 6 great laws that had existed since ancient times. Just hearing about them made one's blood boil. However, the rules are still too far away for you. What you need to do now is focus on comprehending the laws. The more, the better. Realm Lord Fu Mo's voice pulled Fang Chen back from his shock. He frowned slightly and said, Realm Lord, do you think there are any martial artists who can skip the laws and directly comprehend the laws? Realm Lord Fu Mo raised his eyebrows and said, they should only exist in legends. Perhaps you'll know the answer when you go to the God world. Fang Chen nodded, but he was even more puzzled by the aura in his body. What exactly was it? He could clearly feel that it wasn't the aura of true intent, but he didn't know what it was for the time being. Next, Fang Chen asked a few questions about cultivation. In the end, Realm Lord Fu Mo left. He told Fang Chen that his clone couldn't enter the God world for the time being. Perhaps one day, they would meet in the God world. Not long after Realm Lord Fu Mo left, a group of acquaintances came to Green Lake Island. Fang Chen wasn't surprised at all. After all, his old friends and acquaintances would come to Green Bamboo Island to look for him. The Sky Puppet Race. Fang Chen spread out his divine sense and found that the newcomers were from the Sky Puppet Race. The leader was the patriarch of the Sky Puppet Race. At the edge of Green Bamboo Island, the Sky Puppet Race was led by the patriarch onto Green Bamboo Island. Patriarch, do you think the Green Bamboo Island Lord will help? Although the Green Bamboo Island Lord joined our Sky Puppet Race, he's high and mighty now. He probably looks down on us. Sigh, we have no other choice, so we came to ask the Green Bamboo Island Lord. Don't talk about it. Wait until we see the Green Bamboo Island Lord, the Sky Puppet Race's patriarch said. Whoosh, whoosh. Fang Chen's figure appeared out of nowhere. Everyone, my good friend won't see you, Fang Chen said with a smile on his face. Greetings, Green Bamboo Island Lord. The Sky Puppet Race's patriarch led the group and cupped their fists. Fang Chen waved his hand and said, there's no need to be so reserved. Seeing Fang Chen's gentle attitude, the Sky Puppet Race's group relaxed. Island Lord, we came here to ask for a favor, the Sky Puppet Race's patriarch said directly. The Sky Puppet Race treated me well in the past, and my good brother Qing, who is also a member of the Sky Puppet Race. As long as I can help, I will definitely help, Fang Chen said with a nod. Hearing this, the Sky Puppet Race's group rejoiced. It seemed that this trip to Green Bamboo Island wasn't in vain. Island Lord, we came here for Qing Hu, the patriarch said helplessly. What happened to Qing Hu? Fang Chen hurriedly asked. Qing Hu is the most outstanding genius of our Sky Puppet Race. He thoroughly studied the Tao of puppetry of the Sky Puppet Race. After that, because the Sky Puppet Race's old site lacked cultivation resources, Qing Hu took our Sky Puppet Race to the outside world. After several months, our Sky Puppet Race finally found a place to settle down on an uninhabited island in the Old Flower Islands. Who would have thought that danger would descend at this time? Several life and death realm experts took a fancy to our Tao of puppetry and held Qing Hu hostage, forcing him to refine puppets day and night. Moreover, they threatened us to go out and search for materials. If we were delayed, our entire Sky Puppet Race would be destroyed. The Sky Puppet Race's patriarch was filled with resentment, but there was nothing he could do. In other words, Brother Qing Hu has been held hostage, Fang Chen said gravely. The Sky Puppet Race's patriarch said, he's been held hostage for about 5 years. During this time, Qing Hu has been refining puppets. Because of this, his Yuan spirit has been damaged and his cultivation has dropped. It's a tragic sight. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted from Fang Chen's body. The Sky Puppet Race's patriarch immediately felt incomparably pressured and involuntarily retreated. Where are they? Fang Chen asked. They're in the Old Flower Islands. The Sky Puppet Race's patriarch told Fang Chen the location. The latter said, you guys can stay in Green Bamboo Island for now. I'll go save Qing Hu. After saying that, Fang Chen's figure disappeared. You three, Old Flower Islands, in a remote area. There was an uninhabited island here that was verdant and lush. There was a plaza at the center of the island. In the square, a martial artist whose ribs were chained was refining a puppet. He was battered and exhausted. His hair was disheveled, and his mind was dispirited. His vitality was gradually fading away. When will these days come to an end? Qing Hu was in great pain. He had thought of self-detonating countless times, but in the eyes of life and death realm experts, he didn't even have the ability to do so. Don't be lazy and work. Just as Ching Hu was thinking, a whip ruthlessly lashed out at Ching Hu's body. Ching Hu's back immediately split open, and he was in great pain. Helpless, Ching Hu could only continue refining puppets. The life and death realm expert standing in the distance looked at Ching Hu and sneered. "Chumph, trash like you dares to say that you're good brothers with Green Bamboo Island Lord? If you're Green Bamboo Island Lord's brother, then I'm Green Bamboo Island Lord's father." Clearly, this life and death realm expert didn't believe him. Green Bamboo Island Lord was high and mighty. Apart from the human race's holy lords, no one in the lower realms could match him. How could he know a nobody like him? "If you don't want to die, work quickly." Holding the whip, the life and death realm expert berated. "Also, the time limit for your sky puppet race's other groups is almost up. If they can't make it back in time, you'll definitely die." Ching Hu endured the humiliation and continued refining puppets with great difficulty. After refining day and night for several years, cracks had appeared on his yuan spirit, and his vitality was fading away. Right now, he was living a life worse than death. When Fang Chen arrived at this desolate island, he just happened to see the life and death realm expert whipping Ching Hu. Chapter 1654. Seeing Ching Hu in such a sorry state, Fang Chen's eyes turned scarlet. His fury caused the sky to change color. "Ching Hu!" Fang Chen let out a deep voice. He floated in the sky and walked toward the center of the island. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled on this desolate island. The life and death realm emperor who had whipped Ching Hu frowned, not knowing what was happening. "What's going on?" In an instant, several other life and death realm emperors rushed over. What a powerful aura! There seems to be an expert nearby. Could it be the helpers of the sky puppet race? What's there to be afraid of? So what if the sky puppet race found helpers? The life and death realm emperors stabilized themselves and raised their heads. Suddenly, they saw a shocking scene. A young warrior, bathed in lightning, strolled over in the sky. This scene created a very strong visual impact. That is, the life and death realm emperor with the whip had a surprised expression as he asked coldly, "Let's go over." In an instant, the life and death realm emperors arrived at Ching Hu's location. Ching Hu, who had fallen into despair, sensed the changes in the sky and tried his best to raise his head. When he did, he was stunned. For so many years, he had been trapped here, living a life worse than death. If there was anything he was looking forward to, it would be Green Bamboo Island Lord. "Brother Fang!" Ching Hu roared in a hoarse voice. His face was filled with an excited smile. Fang Chen had really come. This meant that the sky puppet race had succeeded. He was very excited in his heart. Dong! Bathed in lightning, Fang Chen quickly walked over. In the sky, terrifying thunderbolts continuously bombarded his body. Lightning flickered around his body as a terrifying aura spread out. Fang Chen arrived at Ching Hu's side and waved his hand. Immediately, all the chains binding Ching Hu's body broke. "You won, Ching Hu, I'm late." Fang Chen supported the injured Ching Hu and said in a deep voice, "Brother Fang, I didn't expect to see you again." Ching Hu's face was filled with joy. However, his primordial spirit had been severely damaged after all these years of refining puppets. After seeing Fang Chen, he immediately relaxed. Immediately, an even bigger crack appeared on his primordial spirit and he fell unconscious. Fang Chen supported Ching Hu as a powerful force emerged from his body and poured into Ching Hu's body. After ensuring that Ching Hu's life was not in danger, Fang Chen asked the little mouse to guard him. As for himself, his cold gaze landed on the few life and death realm emperors who were rushing over. "Brat, who are you? You dare to come here and ruin our business?" The whip-wielding life and death emperor loudly berated. The others also threatened Fang Chen one after another. Some life and death realm emperors were even prepared to attack. "He's my brother." Fang Chen pointed at the unconscious Ching Hu and said in a deep voice. At this point, Fang Chen's expression changed drastically. He roared furiously, "How dare you treat him like this? Brat, you can't even protect yourself, and you still want to save your brother?" What a joke! The whip-wielding life and death realm emperor sneered. He thought that Fang Chen was just a random helper that the heaven puppet race had found. You can die now. Fang Chen looked at the whip-wielding life and death realm emperor and said slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared into the void. The few life and death realm emperors looked at each other in dismay, searching for him. Poochie. Fang Chen's palm appeared out of nowhere and directly pierced through the whip-wielding life and death realm emperor's chest, crushing his heart. Voila! In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Fang Chen returned to the distance and stood there quietly. Bang! Holding the whip, the previously arrogant life and death sovereign emperor fell to the ground, devoid of any signs of life. This sudden change made the remaining life and death realm emperor's expressions change drastically. A trace of fear actually appeared in their hearts. Who are you? The leading life and death realm emperor asked in horror. Green Bamboo Island Lord. Fang Chen reported his name. Immediately, the faces of the life and death realm emperors turned pale as they retreated. You too, your Green Bamboo Island Lord. Run. They had already personally experienced Fang Chen's methods. Even if they were fighting one-on-one, it would be impossible for them to kill their companions so quickly. Therefore, when Fang Chen said that he was Green Bamboo Island Lord, they didn't doubt him at all. One of them even roared. Immediately, the few figures scattered, preparing to flee. You want to flee? Fang Chen didn't intend to let them go. If he let such scum go, who knew how many more people would suffer? Voila! Using the time book, Fang Chen's speed reached the extreme as he punched out several times. Bang! Bang! Wherever the fist light passed, the life and death realm emperors immediately screamed before their corpses fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the few life and death realm emperors were all killed by Fang Chen. To Fang Chen, killing them was like cutting vegetables. Then, Fang Chen quickly arrived at Qing Hu's side. Boss, Qing Hu's Yuan spirit is severely damaged, but his life isn't in danger. Little Mouse said. Fang Chen nodded and said, I'll think of a way to recover his Yuan spirit. Let's return to Green Bamboo Island first. After saying that, Fang Chen and Little Mouse brought Qing Hu back to Green Bamboo Island. The desolate island became completely desolate. Although the Sky Puppet Race's clansmen had settled down, their hearts were no longer on Green Bamboo Island. In the courtyard, the Sky Puppet Race's patriarch sat on a stone bench with a gloomy expression. It was unknown what he was thinking about. As for the other clansmen, they were pacing back and forth with heavy hearts. Patriarch, will Qing Hu be all right? I wonder if Green Bamboo Island Lord can successfully save Qing Hu. Just as the atmosphere was extremely heavy, Fang Chen returned. The patriarch immediately stood up and quickly went to welcome Fang Chen. When he saw Fang Chen supporting Qing Hu, his eyes turned red, and he was extremely excited. Qing Hu. The patriarch received Qing Hu and cheered. You three. On the side, many Sky Puppet Race's clansmen cupped their fists and thanked Fang Chen. Thank you so much. Fang Chen waved his hand to indicate that there was no need for this. Then he said, Brother Qing Hu has been forced to refine puppets these past few years, causing his Yuan spirit to be damaged. Fortunately, his life is not in danger. Everyone, don't worry. I will do my best to help Brother Qing Hu recover his Yuan spirit. Hearing Fang Chen's promise, the Sky Puppet Race's clansmen were overjoyed. 3 days later, Qing Hu woke up leisurely. In these 3 days, Fang Chen had fed him a lot of spirit pills and miraculous medicines, which also played a great role. Although Qing Hu's primordial spirit had not fully recovered, the hidden injuries on his body were completely healed. He's awake. The Sky Puppet Race's clansmen stood in the room and stared at Qing Hu. In front of the bed, Fang Chen was taking Qing Hu's pulse. Brother Fang. Qing Hu wanted to get up, but he was stopped by Fang Chen. Brother Qing Hu, rest well for now, Fang Chen said. Qing Hu nodded, feeling warm in his heart. After so many years, Fang Chen had become one of the peak experts of the lower realms. While he was a prisoner, Fang Chen was actually willing to kill a life and death realm sovereign emperor for him. He, Qing Hu, would never forget this kindness. As if guessing Qing Hu's thoughts, Fang Chen chuckled, don't think too much. You should properly recover. The Qing who I knew in the past was not so sentimental. Hearing this, Qing who nodded heavily. Actually, the hellish torture over the past few years had both advantages and disadvantages for Qing Hu. The disadvantage was that refining puppets for a long time had seriously injured his Yuan spirit. The benefit was that refining puppets day and night had made Qing Hu's accomplishments in the Tao of puppets even more outstanding. Now, he had completely grasped the Tao of puppets of the sky puppet race, and he even had a lot of his own comprehensions. Qing Hu believed that it wouldn't be long before he could lead the sky puppet race to rise again in the lower realms. There were joys and sorrows. However, Qing Hu was an optimistic person. The damage to his Yuan spirit wouldn't affect his life. Moreover, he could slowly recuperate. Strictly speaking, it wasn't a big deal. In just half a month, Qing Hu could already move freely. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen was very happy. Brother Fang. In the past few days, Fang Chen had been preparing to head to the heavenly continent. Qing Hu found the latter with a smile on his face.